You all in today's session. I hope it will be interesting and an interactive session for all of us. And I will also be learning and gaining a lot of knowledge from the dignitaries present over here who have dealt in, I suppose, many of the cases either related to home buyer or others as well. Rather than what I prefer sharing the screen through PPT, I should start with whosoever has done the cases of home buyers. May I know? Can you please let me know if anybody has done the cases with respect to home buyers
Yeah, this is
and get a
Subrahman here.
plan approved?
Plan has not been approved, but there was some
Okay,
issues in the home buyer case. The
okay,
plan was rejected.
okay. So the
But
matter
anyway,
went into
that is
liquidation?
something different. Actually, it has its own problems and its issues with regard to
Okay,
that. But anyway, it
okay.
was a good experience. I learned about it.
Correct. It is rather a very challenging thing because I have been handling the home buyer cases from last 3 years. One
I have
was
been
resolved.
doing it for the last 7 years, 8 years.
So you are much senior, sir. Last 3 years, I've been doing the home buyers cases prior to their different cases, and still I'm doing different cases. But the most challenging what I have found is the cases of the home buyers, if I'm not wrong, because
That is
so
very true. And
many.
satisfying each one of the home buyers is a very critical task. And if you don't do it, you are being pulled up by they say that they threaten you that they will go to IBBI.
They 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 usually go, sir. They usually go. A lot of complaints are filed actually. आप देखते ही होंगे कितना सारा आईबीबीआई का जो रहता है उसमें आते हैं, किसी को एडवाइजरी इशू होती है, किसी के अगेंस्ट कुछ होता है, बिकॉज वी कैन नॉट सेटिस्फाई ईच एंड एवरी पर्सन व्हाट आई फील सर, इजंट इट?
That's very true. But one thing
इट
is
इज
they
नॉट
don't
पॉसिबल.
understand. See, the issue in home buyer cases is they have left the corporate debtor who was the management. The management was left in was not attended to. They did not pull up the management when it was required. And now all of a sudden, when a RP comes into the picture, they pull him up for the wrongdoings of all the management which has been done previous to his taking over the corporate debtor.
Correct, sir. Thank you for your insight, sir. Now, I would like to share a few of the difficulties that I have faced and looking for the other cases as well. And if you people have also faced the same problems or the difficulties, we can discuss it further and how you have resolved it, how I have tried to resolve it. We can move forward in that manner. As of now, I am switching off the video. If anybody wants me to put on the video, let me know with respect to that. Okay. So first and foremost, in my case, that has been resolved. The thing is that the CD was absconding. Okay, so I could not get the entire data of the CD. From his office premises, I could somehow manage to get the data. There was the erstwhile IRP was there. The COC decided to appoint myself as a new RP. They filed an application, and with that, I was appointed as an RP in that matter. So, from the erstwhile IRP, it was also a bit difficult to gather that data. Took a lot of time, and in the absence of getting the entire data, what I would request all the IPs to at least file an application to NCLT, let the NCLT be aware of the fact, and they could help. The NCLT has helped a lot in this, giving the appropriate orders. Then I could get the order that okay, you can get the data from the erstwhile IRP. I have mailed them. I have to chase him. I went to meet him. Some or the other data was provided, not the entire one. Then a lot of exercise was to be done with respect to that, ki how to gather the data, to convene the COC meeting and requesting the AR to to communicate with the other people whosoever have formed either the WhatsApp group or through any other mode to get the paper publication done so that the claim can be filed. It is entirely a difficult and a different task to request NCLT to request for calling of the claims again to get the paper publication done. In that case, also I have faced a lot of problem for getting uh, or asking them because I cannot again publish Form A for this purpose to get the public announcement. So how to get it done in a manner so that the claim can be called for again? This was the difficulty. Then secondly, when the claims were called for, we have to check the entire details, specific details I would request to go through is the allotment letter, Form CA, and the bank account statement of theirs, the KYC details, and if any of the complaints have been made or FIR has been done, a copy of that. So these things have to be taken care of. Then interest calculation also needs to be taken care of. The allotment letter. One more thing, if I go point wise, first of all, Form CA, then there is a case law in which we'll be discussing the case laws later on. But there is one case law which says that if the claim is not filed in a proper form, initially we used to not to take their claim unless and until they file in a proper form. Now, after that case law, it has been decided that whatsoever claim form they have filed, if you have gathered the entire details, it is a duty of again RP to admit his or her claim. Secondly, the allotment letter should have a proper address. Sorry, the claim form should have a proper address and the contact details, mail ID, the amount specified. The amount should be checked with the allotment letter if so provided by them, and the transaction details, and whether it is the allottee is a single person or a joint person, so that has to be taken care of. Secondly, the banking transaction, the bank statement has to be taken care of, whether the amount has been deposited in the books of the in the account of the CD or not. If not so deposited, or if deposited in a separate entity, that has also to be taken care of. Suppose the company name is ABC Private Limited, and that person has deposited in the name of ABC. There is a different entity that is a, you say, a sole proprietorship. So that has not to be considered. In my case, I have not considered if it is deposited in a separate entity with a like name and the home buyers. In my two matters, one like in one case that is ongoing, there are 604 home buyers are there. Out of them, 500 are registered owners. And the prior one, there was more than 500 claimants were there. The very few registries were done in that case. So you have to check the entire data. We approach to the NCLT just to ensure that even the registered people have also deposited the amount or not, although they are out of the CIRP process. But you have to look into the entire picture with a pinch of salt always. Whether they have deposited the amount or not, whatever in the deed, if it is showing the amount that has been paid, whether the same has been received in the bank account of the CD or not. First of all, I'll talk about my case, which has already been resolved. Then I'll be coming over to my second case. The first case, that was GSM Devcons Private Limited. In that, there were two entities, Ashoka High Tech, and the second one is JSM Devcon. JSM Devcon was a developer, and Ashoka High Tech was a builder. So in that matter, even Ashoka High Tech initially claimed to be a financial creditor. And then the COC went to NCLT for this reason that how can a landowner be a financial creditor? They have a major stake in that. And if their claim will be accepted, then the entire COC voting percentage will decline to a great percentage. Then NCLT has admitted them as a financial creditor, though the COC went to NCLAT. And in NCLAT, it was decided that, okay, landowner cannot be a financial creditor because there is no financial transaction involved. There was a agreement involved in that, rather a barter agreement that you use my land against which I'll be getting some of the flats in that. So this is altogether a different case. We'll be discussing it. Second, the difficulty what I faced was the cash transaction. Lot of cash receipts was there. The home buyers came to my office now and then claiming that whatever the case, we have paid the amount, and the cash receipt what the CD has or the ex promoters have issued was a 1% of that entire amount, and that data is not reflecting in the books or in the bank account of the CD because that was a cash transaction. And as you very well know that when the matter is under dispute, we cannot consider the cash transaction unless and until the NCLT has told us to do so. So I requested the home buyers that you approach NCLT for this reason. If they say that, okay, you admit this, whatever the grounds will be, either you provide me the income tax details, the your income tax returns, that, okay, I have disclosed in the income tax, I have paid this much of tax, then they never turned up to me. So these are the certain hindrances, difficulties, or challenges which RP should peep into in detail, or lot of problems as sir rightly said that they directly go or they threaten us to go to IBBI, because if we have not done anything wrong, let them go to IBBI, sir. This is my personal experience. Whatever is there, we have to openly share all our details through mail and everything, whatever has been asked by IBBI to them. We should be working with clean hands, clean mind. This every RP should take a lot of care while taking any of the home buyers matter. Now coming to my next case, if that was also resolved, a plan came in as like a single person, and secondly, the voting percentage very important. 66 has to be taken care of. Yesterday, or I think few days back, only amendment have come. Previously, we were not allowed to place any of the plan that was not compliant or legally feasible and viable. But now with the latest amendment, it is a duty of RP, whatever plan has been received, whether it is non-compliant or not, that has to be placed before the COC, and then it is up to the COC to decide the matter. As I told you about the cash transaction should be dealt with very carefully and should not be considered at all. If they are allottees and if they are registered holder, then a case is different. When the CD is absconding, not available, or not cooperating, my request is to immediately file an application under Section 19(2) to safeguard ourselves that he is not cooperating, or the data, whatever has been asked for, has not been provided by the ex management. The auditor should also cooperate, or else we can file an application against him as well. Data unavailability is another problem which I have faced in my matter. The office premises, there was a lot of data was kept over there, but what is the genuineness of that data? I have to check it out. Secondly, the hard copy, the hard disk I had found, so I have to go through that. Certain of the hard disk was corrupted, so through the computer person or the computer vendor, we try to get that data. How much to rely on that data is another task, because there could be a multiple sale that it has sold in the year 2010 or 12 to some other person, then again in 15 to some other person, in 2017, 18 to some other person. So with this, what is to be considered, how it is to be considered, we have to place each and every detail after a detailed scrutiny. In the IM we should write that we could suppose there is a plot or a flat number X, and that X plot number is sold to 3%. Eventually, the registry is done to fourth person. So, which to consider, how to consider? It is a duty of RP to place each and every detail, that allotment letter. If all the four transactions with respect to plot or flat X is genuine, then how RP will consider it? We should place these details in the IM that, okay, this plot X or flat X has been sold to Mr. A in the year 2012. With this, we have received all the details, and all the four people are in the verified category. Then it is up to the PRA how, or up to the SRA, how he will be giving the treatment in his plan. So that has to be taken care of. If you could not get the details of the allotment, or the cash, especially the cash one, you can write a mail, you can do the speed post, you can meet the income tax department, giving all the relevant details, whether they have paid the tax. On that basis only, you can consider that cash transaction, else it cannot be considered. If there is any of the police complaint made of the erstwhile management, that has to be looked into. I have visited the police station also with this respect to look into the genuineness. And secondly, to safeguard yourself, if any of the assets you have found that it is lost during the CIRP period, or rather prior to the CIRP period, if any of the complaint has been found that many of the furniture have been lost, so it is a duty of RP to get a police complaint done in that, and while filing a status report. One more request, it is there that it is always preferable to file a status report before the NCLT. They should be aware of what has happened prior to the CRP period, that these and what efforts has been done by the RP in this matter. Then if multiple complaints or multiple application or IAs has been filed by some or the other person, that has also to be taken care of. And how you file a reply with respect to that. So you should take a help of a legal person in that. Whatever data you have, that has to be specifically mentioned in that reply against which the IA is filed. I have also visited to the EOW. I'll just detail about my case. With respect to whatever fraudulency have been done in the registered plot buyer matter as well. So, we have to be very cautious, aware of the latest amendments, not only with respect to IBC, but the other laws as well. Then, even we can inquire from the registrar office also. If normally it is told, or there is a Supreme Court judgment that once the registry is done, then it is a government document, and it should not be cancelled. But when there is a question of any fraudulency, that on a gunpoint, if such registry is done, neither the payment is made nor the payment has been received in the books of accounts of the CD, they have written, we have issued the check. In my many of the cases, I have received such sort of registries, that check issued from this bank on this date. While inquiring from that respective bank, I have received the mail from that bank that none of the payment have been deposited in our account. On that basis, you need to file a PUFA application within the timeline. If not within the timeline, because in the home buyers cases, normally the timeline could not be followed because a lot of complications are involved. So that was also a difficulty, and I have filed a PUFA application awaiting the outcome. As the court holidays are going on, let's see when the matter will come up. With the in many cases, the banker have also informed me that we cannot give you the account details of a person, only the registered person whose account is over here. Those details can be given to you. Otherwise, it is not possible. So this is also duty of RP again to file an application with NCLT seeking permission to get the bank account details. There are chances of round tripping also. I'll just tell you how this round tripping is done. Suppose if a person told that, okay, I have received the allotment letter, these are the details, this much amount, said 20 lakh amount has been paid. And we could also see that there are details that is visible, very much visible in the books of the CD or through the bank statement. We could justify it. Suppose the amount is paid in the year 2011, January. Again, somewhere in 2000 September, The amount is paid back to that allottee. He is claiming for this. Is he a genuine allottee then? So this has to be also checked by the RP. Okay, the transaction audit will be done, but in our case, previously the COC was not allowing the transaction audit to done. Then the secured financial creditor, we have placed this agenda twice and thrice in the COC meeting that please get the transaction audit done, because we could sniff that there is some fraudulency there, but we are not the alma mater. We cannot be present. We are not omnipresent. So we need the help of a transaction auditor. They in two agendas they were not allowing. After insisting in the third COC in the next COC meeting, then they have allowed us to get the transaction audit done. The transaction auditor was appointed. Then lot of queries was raised by transaction auditor. They came to our office 3 or 4 times. Lot of details were given. Then we could found that okay, round tripping. In lot of cases, round tripping was done. Although the allotment letter was genuine, everything was genuine. The ex promoters' intention was not very pure, because they have done the multiple sale. Firstly, the allotment letters were issued on a fake basis, what we came to know. Then the amount was paid back to them. There was a profile funding. Anybody could tell me what is the meaning of profile funding? Anybody of you? Waiting for report, sir. Anybody of you know what is profile funding? Amit Karya ji has also done a lot of matters. So would request Amit Karya ji if you could enlighten what is profile funding.
Ma'am, I understand that when money is received by the CD without any
Sir,
intention to allot something, allot
sir,
the,
can you be a bit clear, Aishwarya, sir?
in my understanding,
Ji.
when money is received by the CD
Hmm.
without any actual intention to allot any unit, home unit or job, whatever.
Yes, no, sir. I'm sorry to say this is not the right way. Yes, Amit Karya, sir. Very good morning to you,
Yeah,
sir.
is it the money put by the promoters or the management itself in regular intervals of time?
No, sir. The profile funding, because I was also, to be very frank, not knowing 3 to 4 years prior to this. After
Hmm.
coming into this complicated case, the profile funding is if the company promoters could not get the further loans, okay, due to whatever the reason could be. So then they talk to some people that okay, I could you could avail a loan for us. I'll be providing you the allotment letter. Okay, against that I'll be giving you the property. You get me the amount, this much amount you pay to me, and the interest will be paid on your behalf. Getting my point, sir? What is profile funding? Sir, I'll explain. Suppose Mr. A and Mr. B is there. Mr. A is a promoter of that company. Now he told to Mr. B कि आप मुझे बैंक से लोन अवेल करवा दीजिए, मुझे अब फर्दर लोन नहीं मिल पा रहा है। मैं आपके नाम पे लोन, आप अपने नाम पे लोन उठा लीजिए, उसके अगेंस्ट में मैं आपको प्लॉट या फ्लैट अलॉट करवा देता हूँ यहाँ पर, उसका इंटरेस्ट मैं भर दूंगा। तो हमें अपेरेंटली क्या दिख रहा है यहाँ पर कि इस पर्सन ने जेन्युइनली बैंक से लोन लेके पैसा दिया कंपनी को, और इंटरेस्ट तो इन्होंने भरा। इंटरेस्ट पार्ट इनका नहीं दिख रहा है, लोन लिया हुआ इनका दिखता है। इंटरेस्ट पार्ट ये कैश उनको दे देते हैं, जब ये इंटरेस्ट भर देते हैं या पार्ट भरते हैं, अब दिख तो रहा है कि आपको तो फ्लैट या प्लॉट अलॉट हो गया है यहाँ पर, बट वो जेन्युइन अलॉटमेंट नहीं है। बाद में ये मिस्टर एक्स जो है वो पूरा लोन उनको पे कर देते हैं। सो दिस इज प्रोफाइल फंडिंग। हमें तो दिख रहा है अपेरेंटली कि उनके नाम पे तो अलॉटमेंट हो चुका है, बट दिस इज नॉट अ जेन्युइन अलॉटमेंट। फॉर दैट वी नीड टू सी स्पेसिफिकली द राउंड ट्रिपिंग, कि राउंड ट्रिपिंग यहाँ हुई है या नहीं है। कितने केसेस में तो आई कुड मेक आउट दैट ओके राउंड ट्रिपिंग वाज डन, सो आई इंक्वायर्ड टू दोज पीपल कि हमें दिख रहा है कि आपके यहाँ पैसा वापस आ गया, इसका हमें आप एक एक्सप्लेनेशन दीजिए। कुछ केसेस में उन्होंने एक्सप्लेनेशन दिया, नहीं ये हमने यहाँ पर काम किया था उसका पैसा है ये। एज एन ओसी हमने वो किया था, उसका है, हमने जो सर्विसेज दी थी उसका पैसा है, बट इन द एक्चुअल सिनेरियो व्हेन वी पीप डीप इनटू इट, इट वाज सिंपली अ राउंड ट्रिपिंग कि वो पैसा वापस ले चुके हैं, सो दैट हैज आल्सो टू बी टेकन केयर ऑफ। सेकेंडली, आपने
शायद जी
बहुत
इसमें
जगह।
एक और क्वेश्चन
जी
है मेरा कि लास्ट में, तो
जी
सबवेंशन
जी
स्कीम में भी
बताइए।
तो सेम ही होता है।
सॉरी
जो सबवेंशन स्कीम जो बिल्डर्स लॉन्च करते हैं, दे यूज द
सर,
सेम मोड फॉर दैट।
सर कैन यू कम अगेन, क्या बोल रहे हैं?
व्हेन द बिल्डर इज लॉन्चिंग सबवेंशन स्कीम, during that
विच
period
स्कीम,
the
विच
builder
स्कीम
is
यू आर टॉकिंग अबाउट?
subvention schemes are there in which builder asks the proposed allottees to take the loan, give money to the company, and during certain period, builder is paying the interest part on behalf of the home buyers.
सर दैट इज ऑल्सो टू बी टेकन केयर ऑफ, अगर ऐसा कुछ हुआ है तो
So
देर हैज टू।
I just want to understand कि then how to make the difference between the two, the profile funding and the subvention scheme. If you have
सर
come up
देखिए,
with
प्रोफाइल
any
फंडिंग में
suggestion.
तो इंटेंशन इज बैड। अगर यहाँ देखिए, द मेजर थिंग व्हाट वी सी इनिशियली इज कि आपका इंटेंशन कैसा है, जो हमें नॉर्मली पढ़ाया भी जाता है। इफ द इंटेंशन इज क्लियर, सीडी इज नॉट एब्सकॉन्डिंग, अगर वो अवेलेबल है तो आप उनसे तभी पूछ सकते हैं कि ये आपने किस पार्लेंस में लिया था सर।
जनरली सीडी तो कुछ से करता नहीं है, और होम बायर्स का केस यू नो कि 4-5 साल तक तो बिल्डिंग अभी अंडर कंस्ट्रक्शन रहती है, तो डिफिकल्ट टू मेक आउट कि भाई किस सिचुएशन में या किस रेफरेंस में दैट ट्रांजेक्शन हैज बीन हैपेंड।
सर देन जहां पे अगर आपको क्लैरिटी नहीं होती है तो इट इज बेटर टू चेक इट फ्रॉम द होम बायर्स और द सिटी, और वहां आपको क्लैरिटी नहीं है, यू कैन गेट द ट्रांजैक्शन ऑडिट डन। वहां आपको कुछ अगर डाउट आया है तो डेफिनेटली आप यूफए फाइल कर सकते हैं, फिर भी आपको क्लैरिटी नहीं हो रही है, द बेस्ट रिकॉर्स इज टू फाइल एन एप्लीकेशन टू एनसीएलटी सर।
क्योंकि प्रूफ में तो एक इसमें एक और एड ऑन क्वेश्चन है मेरा, बहुत सारे केसेस में होम बाय बिल्डर्स जो है ना बायबैक स्कीम के अंडर भी काम करते हैं। दे विल से कि तो हमारा बायबैक का था, बट वो भी टाइम अभी मैच्योर नहीं हुआ, दैट्स बीन पेंडिंग।
इफ दे आर सेइंग लाइक दिस, तो देन लेट्स वेट कि उनकी वो बायबैक स्कीम का जब टाइम मेच्योर होता है वो कितना केस जेन्युइन है या नहीं है सर, बिकॉज आई हैव नॉट कम अक्रॉस सेम द थिंग जो आप कह रहे हैं बायबैक स्कीम का। तो इसके लिए आई थिंक एनसीएलटी इज द बेस्ट रिकॉर्स देन सर, क्योंकि
ओके,
वी हैव टू सेव आवर हैंड सर, व्हाट आई
राइट।
फील इन दिस मोमेंट। जी
In one of my matters, there was a case in which there were several home buyers who were a part of the buyback scheme. So
सर,
based
ये
on the
थोड़ा
league,
सा मुझे एक बार इलेबोरेट करेंगे, सॉरी टू इंटरवीन अमित सर इधर।
so in the buyback scheme, normally what happens is there is a clause in the agreement that the home buyer will have an option after a particular period of time कि वो अपना पैसा वापस ले सकता है by surrendering the rights over the unit.
करेक्ट, हाँ हाँ,
So
ओके।
in my case, there were several home buyers who had entered into such agreements. लेकिन अभी उनको होम बायर ट्रीट करना है या अनसिक्योर्ड फाइनेंशियल ट्रीट करना है, फॉर दैट अ लॉट ऑफ रिसर्च आई हैड डन एंड आई हैड टेकन अ लीगल ओपिनियन आल्सो. फाइनली इवेंचुअली व्हाट आई हैड डन वाज दैट आई हैड चेक्ड कि किसी भी होम बायर ने वो ऑप्शन एक्सरसाइज करने के बाद अगर उसको एक भी पेमेंट मिल गया है फ्रॉम द प्रमोटर और द सीडी बैक, इवन दो उसको पूरा पेमेंट रिफंड नहीं मिला है खुद का, लेकिन अगर एक पेमेंट भी मिल गया है, so then we had treated that home buyer as an unsecured financial creditor, purely as an
करेक्ट,
unsecured. और अगर उसने सिर्फ ऑप्शन एक्सरसाइज किया है लेकिन अभी तक सीडी से कुछ मिला नहीं था एंड द सीआईआरपी स्टार्टेड, then they were treated as home buyers only. So we
ओके
had to face applications from, I think there were 17-18 IS filed, but eventually NCLT upheld this, whatever we
ओके,
decided.
ग्रेट ग्रेट, दैट इज सो ग्रेट सर, थैंक
Amit,
यू फॉर योर
Amit ji, what you saying,
डिटेल्स।
if they have even opted for the exercising the options,
Yes, even
they
if they have opted, but they have not yet received the money,
right.
still we will give them the benefit and they will be treated as home buyers.
Okay, thank you.
Because
दैट इज,
by just opting, eventually अगर सीडी ने पेमेंट अभी तक नहीं किया था, उन्होंने सिर्फ ऑप्ट किया है, तो मतलब सीडी ने उनके सरेंडर को एक्सेप्ट नहीं किया था. And because the CD had not yet accepted their surrender, they will still be regarded as home buyers.
दैट इज अ ग्रेट पॉइंट, ये हमें भी सर आगे के केसेस में काम आएगा। थैंक यू सर।
Thank you.
शिवरमन सर वांट टू से समथिंग, जी सर।
It's a very peculiar case. A loan is given, flats are allotted, there is an agreement done, and ROC registration is done, and they say they are secured financial creditor, where the security interest has never been created, but they claim themselves by filing an ROC application that the securitization has been done, and we are secured financial creditors, when the security has not come into existence at all. Such type of cases you find in home buyer cases more, because funding is done, but flats are allotted on the basis that they will get something. But it is not a genuine transaction. It's a pure financial transaction, which is secured, which is unsecured or secured, whatever might be. But here is a situation where they are unsecured, but they create a security interest on a future asset and try to file a registration with the ROC that we are filed for registration with ROC, so we are to be treated as secured financial creditor.
So in such case, what you did, Sivaraman sir?
We treated them as unsecured financial creditor on one simple basis, that there is no security interest
Security
created.
interest existing, correct.
See, for example, the flat is going to be constructed. There were peculiar cases where, example I will tell you, 10,000 square meters of land, square feet of property will be given to you. That was registered and told that they have filed it with ROC for registration. Which part of 10,000 square feet?
Nothing exists as such.
Nothing
Correct,
exists. And they were claiming themselves to be a secured financial creditor. Such type of things do come. See, when you dig the grave skeletons come out. And you will be astonished to find such type of transactions being done. Other than what you say, round tripping and other things, profile funding and other things and all. Such type of transactions also do come in this home buyer case.
That is what, sir, I was like at the very initial told you that let's this be an interactive session. There are many problems which I have faced. There might be some other problem which even I have never come across, which I could learn from you people like Amit Karya sir told, Jaswant sir told, and you also rightly told that there are very peculiar, very different natured cases which we cannot even think of. Such cases even turns up, sir. So now, thank you for your insights, firstly. Now, secondly, if there is, in my case, like I'll tell you, there is a property. The city was about to develop the plots. As you must be aware of that 25% of the plot has to be to the SDO office. Like 25% plots needs to be mortgaged to the SDO office for their development and the reconstruction purposes. And in this case, the entire property, the 100% property was mortgaged with the bank. Now, the issue over here is when the property is mortgaged with the bank, unless and until the amount or a final NOC has been issued by the bank, can the registries be done? Even if the registries be done, when the occupation certificate is not yet been there, can the registries be done? But in my case, yes, 500 odd registries were done. So I have challenged firstly these registries. The matter is pending before NCLT. Secondly, requested the Union Bank to give the details. Told the NCLT to make the bank also as a party. The bank has also filed an application with respect to this that, okay, we have given provisional registries to this much, final one to this much. The matter is sub judice. Let's see what the outcome will be there. So this is also a matter. When the property is mortgaged, the registry cannot be done unless and until they have given the banker or to whomsoever the property is mortgaged, they have given the final NOC. We have discussed about the multiple sale also. Then one more thing. In my case, again, I have come across a very, very peculiar nature case. The unsecured financial creditor claimed to be an allottee in this, provided the allotment letters to me. When I looked into, okay, I thought that, okay, there initially only the form CA was given to me. On that basis, I could, and no other document was given to me. The erstwhile IRP has admitted the claim as an allottee. When the matter came to me, I looked into it. I inquired about that. Only Form CA has been given. No other supporting documents has been given. So kindly provide me the documents, the substantiated documents, so that you can be treated as an allottee. After 6-7 months, a document was given saying that this is the bank statement and an amount has been paid. When I checked with the books of accounts of the city, I could found that okay, this much amount I have received. But again, requesting, the allotment letter was provided to me. But one more thing, very important thing which I forgot, I'll be telling you. In the allotment letter, one has to see the whether the plot number or the flat number has been written or not. You cannot simply write, okay, मुझे एक फ्लैट या एक प्लॉट कहीं बीच में देने का सीडी ने प्रॉमिस किया है. There is no clarity in that allotment letter. After going through the allotment letter details, comparing with the other allotment letter, I could found that this allotment letter specific of one person seems to be fake to me. क्योंकि उनका सबका आपको भी पता है एक पैटर्न होता है, कोई भी सीडी का एक पैटर्न होता है एक अलॉटमेंट लेटर बनाने का, और वो अलॉटमेंट लेटर बिल्कुल डिफरेंट बना हुआ था. और 2012 का 11 का या 10 का अलॉटमेंट लेटर है अगर, तो क्या जब सिन नंबर चलता था? नहीं चलता था सिन नंबर. तो उस पे सिन नंबर कैसे लिखा हुआ हो सकता है? बीइंग अ कंपनी सेक्रेटरी, मैंने वो एंगल भी एक्चुअली एनालाइज किया, और उसमें देखा जहाँ पे अगर सिन नंबर नहीं लिखा हुआ, सिन नंबर जब जरूरी नहीं था तब उसमें सिन नंबर लिखा हुआ है. इवन वी बीइंग कंपनी सेक्रेटरीज, हम हमारे क्लाइंट को 2013 में ये आया था अमेंडमेंट, सिन नंबर लेटर हेड पे मैंडेटरी होता है. 2015 तक भी ये फॉलो नहीं हुआ, जब तक कि इसके अगेंस्ट में पेनल प्रोविजंस नहीं हुए कंपल्सरीली. 2015 से फिर हर कंपनीज ने सिन नंबर मैंडेटरी लिखना शुरू किया. तो 2010-11 में सिन नंबर कैसे आया उस अलॉटमेंट लेटर? सो देयर दीज वर माय सर्टेन क्वेरीज. एक तो सिन नंबर अलॉटमेंट लेटर का पैटर्न अलग है, अलॉटमेंट लेटर पे प्लॉट नंबर या फ्लैट नंबर नहीं लिखा हुआ है. आप क्लेम कर रहे हैं कि आपको बैंक में पैसा आपने दिया है, वो हमें भी दिख रहा है कि ओके द अमाउंट हैज बीन क्रेडिटेड इन द बुक्स ऑफ द सीडी. तो यू बी द अनसिक्योर्ड क्रेडिटर देन. That person is not ready to be the unsecured creditor. Filed an application. Lot of application has been filed against me in such cases कि आपने हमारा claim नहीं लिया. अच्छा, अभी मैं उस पे आती हूँ. अभी allotment letter वाला जो मैंने मैटर बताया, kindly look into this as well. This also needs to be taken care by the RP. कि allotment letter की genuineness पे भी अब हमें ध्यान रखना पड़ेगा. अभी तक हमारा सच में इसके पहले मेरा भी ध्यान नहीं गया था. Out of the blue, I was just going through checking the details and found that this thing has also been happened. Now, एक बात हो गई अलॉटमेंट लेटर की. बहुत सारी एप्लीकेशंस हमारे अगेंस्ट ये फाइल हुई है. आई डोंट नो कौन किस लेवल पे गाइड करता है. जो बिल्कुल ही लेमैन होम बायर्स है, दे आर नॉट अवेयर ऑफ दिस प्रोसीजर. दैट अगर आपको कोई ग्रीवियंस है, यू बीइंग अ पार्ट ऑफ अ सीओसी थ्रू एन एआर, you should tell your grievance to the AR. AR can put in the COC or can mail us at the same time. बट ऐसा हुआ नहीं हमारे केसेस में. बहुत सारे केसेस में डायरेक्टली होम बायर्स ने एप्लीकेशन फाइल कर दी. उसमें आई हैव कंटेंडेड इन फ्रंट ऑफ द एनसीएलटी, देन रादर देन गोइंग डायरेक्टली टू द एडजुडिकेटिंग अथॉरिटी, दे शुड हैव कम टू अस थ्रू एन एआर एंड लेट अस नो द ग्रीवियंस, कि उनका एक्चुअल ग्रीवियंस क्या है. वहां हम उसे रिजॉल्व कर सकते थे. कुछ केसेस में ऐसा भी होता है जब आपको क्लेमेंट्स का पता नहीं होता है. जैसे अब मेरे लास्ट केस में ऐसा हुआ दैट आई हैव मेड द न्यूज़पेपर पब्लिकेशन. एक तो वाइड सर्कुलेशन वाले जितने न्यूज़पेपर है उसी में ही आप प्लीज पब्लिकेशन करिएगा. अर्स्टवाइल आईआरपी ने बहुत छोटे से न्यूज़पेपर में पब्लिकेशन किया था. व्हेन आई बिकेम एन आरपी, आई मेड द पब्लिकेशन. उसमें भी जब प्लान अप्रूव हो गया, लॉट ऑफ एप्लीकेशन हैज बीन फाइल्ड, प्लान अप्रूव बाय द एडजुडिकेटिंग अथॉरिटी. उसके बाद एप्लीकेशंस फाइल्ड हुई अगेंस्ट मी स्टेटिंग दैट कि एक तो इन्होंने न्यूज़पेपर सिर्फ इंदौर में यहाँ पर किया, इंदौर में पब्लिश किया, इन्होंने बॉम्बे में नहीं किया, इन्होंने दिल्ली में नहीं किया. एनसीएलटी was a bit furious in that matter. They told the applicants that RP is not God. RP ने यहाँ की आपके groups बने होंगे. अच्छा, one more thing, it is always advisable to hold the meeting in the premises of the CD. Call them अगर वो partly built up area, partly built area भी है. Call the existing people whosoever are staying over there. वहां पे नोटिस पेस्ट कर दीजिए, जितने वहां पर आपको लग रहे क्लेमेंट्स हैं या उनके कोई ग्रुप्स बने हुए हैं, वहां को इन्फॉर्म करे. मेक इट अ पॉइंट टू मिनिटाइज ईच एंड एवरीथिंग वॉट एवर एफर्ट्स यू हैव डन. अभी जैसे अगर हमें कोई क्लेमेंट्स नहीं मिल रहे हैं, तो इन दिस केस व्हाट आई एम डूइंग, आई एम रिक्वेस्टिंग ऑल द सीओसी मेंबर्स. अभी भी अगर किसी ने क्लेम पुटअप नहीं किया है, काइंडली इन्फॉर्म देम. क्योंकि हमने जो पॉसिबल न्यूज़पेपर पब्लिकेशंस हो सकते थे, वहां नोटिस पेस्ट कर सकते हैं आप. 2 बार 3 बार नोटिस पेस्ट कर दीजिए, ग्रुप्स के थ्रू उन्हें इंटीमेट करवाइए. बिकॉज दे आर द जेन्युइन, जिनका हार्ड अर्न मनी अगर लगा है, तो इट इज आवर ड्यूटी कि हम एटलीस्ट उन्हें इन्फॉर्म करें, सो दैट दे कैन फाइल देयर क्लेम. कुछ और किसी को ऐसी प्रॉब्लम्स फेस हुई है? जो मैंने मतलब वॉट एवर प्रोबेबल थिंग्स वर दैट आई थिंक आई हैव डिस्कस्ड विद यू पीपल. इसके अलावा अगर आपको कोई लगा है कि ओके वी हैव आल्सो फेस दिस प्रॉब्लम, और दिस प्रॉब्लम कुड बी सॉल्व्ड इन दिस मैनर, सो देयर व्यूज आर वेलकम. Okay, so can I come over to the definition part then? I'll like to go with section 3, subsection 6, claim. A right to payment, whether or not such right is reduced to judgment, fixed, disputed, undisputed, legal, equitable, secured, or unsecured. Coming over again, my previous case law, there was one SIT formed. The High Court has ordered to form an SIT and get their grievance resolved. At that time, the ex-promoter was present. The SIT was formed. The promoters promised to get the flat renovated and completed, and then accordingly allot these uh, unconstructed or semi-constructed flats to the required people. In between them, lot of FIR have been filed. In SIT, specifically, the promoters have given a statement in front of the justice. Uh, the judge was there. I would like to take the name of that justice. He specifically told that I have been forced to make many of the allotment letters. I have been forced to get the registry done, or else I was threatened that the debt can be caused either of mine or my family. So for that reason, I have signed few of the allotment letters, get the registries done, and that person is also a person. That promoter is the same promoter. एक का तो मैंने केस रिजॉल्व किया, सेकंड इज अंडर कंसिडरेशन, प्रमोटर सेम थे. उस बेसिस पे मैंने वो एसआईटी का रेफरेंस इस केस में भी लिया है. अगर कोई ऐसे कनेक्टेड मैटर है, तो वो बैंक स्टेटमेंट, अगर आप दोनों में ही आरपी है, वो बैंक स्टेटमेंट भी आप गो थ्रू करते हैं. वन मोर केस आई हैव कम थ्रू, जो पहले नहीं अलॉटमेंट के टाइम या वो पहले वाले केस में नहीं अपनी कोई एप्लीकेशन या क्लेम फाइल कर पाए, दोज पीपल आर कमिंग इन आर नेक्स्ट केस एज वेल, कि हमने पैसा तो दिया है, अब भाई बैंक अकाउंट में हमें दिख तो रहा है पैसा तो आया है. अब बैंक अकाउंट में दिख रहा है अगर हमें पैसा आया है, तो हम उन्हें कैसे कंसिडर कर सकते हैं? अगर आप आरपी हैं, या यू कैन, अगर मतलब सेपरेट कंपनीज में दो अलग अलग आरपी है, आई थिंक वी कैन टेक द हेल्प ऑफ दैट पर्सन एज वेल, कि ये पैसा उस क्लेम के लिए था, अब आप इसमें नहीं पुट अप कर सकते हैं. वो भी ये केस आया है. और अगर पैसा उन्होंने बोल रहे हैं दिया है बैंक अकाउंट स्टेटमेंट, बट टू अ डिफरेंट एंटिटी, दैट हैज ऑल्सो नॉट टू बी टेकन केयर ऑफ. कैश में है, डिफरेंट एंटिटी है, मेल देम, रिजेक्ट कर दीजिए उनके क्लेम. इट इज माई काइंड रिक्वेस्ट. आफ्टर गोइंग थ्रू अ डिटेल स्क्रूटनी, इफ दे आर जेन्युइन प्लॉट बायर और अ फ्लैट बायर, आप उन्हें बिल्कुल कंसिडर करिए, जो उन्होंने सारी डिटेल्स दी है. जहां आपको लगता है तो आप उनसे क्वेरी रेस करिए. क्वेरी पे अगर उनका एक टाइम लिमिट तक जवाब नहीं आता है, क्योंकि कुछ केसेस में ऐसा हो गया था पिछले, हमसे रिजेक्शन रह गया था करने से, ऑल्दो दे वर नॉट जेन्युइन क्लेमेंट, हमने उन्हें सिर्फ क्वेरी रेस करके छोड़ा था और उनका रिवर्ट नहीं आया था. इस केस में वी आर टेकिंग लॉट ऑफ केयर, कि अगर उनका नहीं आया है, आफ्टर ड्यू कंसिडरेशन, आफ्टर जेंटल रिमाइंडर्स टू देम, इट इज बेटर कि आप अपने सीओ से लिस्ट में उन्हें लिख दीजिए कि योर क्लेम कुड नॉट बी एक्सेप्टेड, उन्हें मेल डाल दीजिए बिकॉज ऑफ दिस रीजन, अगेंस्ट विच आई एम अगेन फेसिंग लॉट ऑफ आईएस कि हमारा उन्होंने क्लेम रिजेक्ट कर दिया है और ये सेपरेट एंटिटी में हमने दिया, भाई पर्सन तो वही था, उन्होंने, अच्छा लॉट ऑफ थिंग्स हैव हैपेंड इन दिस केस की नॉर्मली हम भी ऐसा ही करते हैं, कोई भी एक पर्सन ऐसा ही करेगा अगर वो कोई फ्लैट या प्लॉट खरीदने जाता है। रेरा के आने के पहले की बात कर रही हूँ ये मैं, कि हम चेक दे देते हैं उन्हें, वो बोल देते हैं नहीं हम भर देंगे चेक, आप तो एक अमाउंट डाल दीजिए और उसे अकाउंट पे कर दीजिए, हमें नहीं पता होता है कि वो उन्होंने किस नाम से चेक बनाया है। अब तो ये हो गया है कि जो एंटिटी है अगर वो इस तरह का कोई डेवलपमेंट का काम कर रही है तो एक सेपरेट बैंक अकाउंट उन्हीं के नाम पे ही खुलेगा और वहीं ये पैसा डिपॉजिट हो सकता है। पहले देयर वाज नो सच कंपल्शन। सो इसको लेकर भी अब अगर सपोज करिए एक्स वाई जेड लिमिटेड है कोई हमारी कंपनी जो सीधी है, और उन्होंने सिर्फ एक्स वाई जेड लिख के और उस चेक को उन्होंने अपने या अपने पर्सनल अकाउंट में भी डाल लिया है। So these things have happened. The innocent home buyers were not aware of this thing, but since the matter is under court inspection, so अब हम भी cash transactions को should not be taken care of. How many of you have considered that tally data to be a genuine source? कि हाँ ये टैली डेटा अगर हमें मिला है तो हमें ये कंसिडर करना चाहिए whether it is specified in the books of the CD or not. ये समझिए।
As a secondary evidence, yes, tally data
हम्म।
normally we refer.
ओके सर, अब इसमें अगर ऐसा होता है कि कोई जर्नल एंट्री ही पास हुई हो या उन्होंने सिर्फ ऐसा और वो बुक्स में नहीं मिल रहा है, तो फिर आपने कैसे किया सर उस केस को कि भाई अकाउंट स्टेटमेंट में नहीं दिख रहा है बट टैली में दिख रहा है? हैव यू कंसिडर्ड?
मतलब बैंक स्टेटमेंट और बाकी जगह पे नहीं है, इट इज देयर
नहीं।
ओनली इन टैली।
करेक्ट।
नहीं, इन सच केस आई थिंक
राइट।
रिजेक्शन की तरफ ही जाएगा।
करेक्ट सर, तो हमारे केस में भी ऐसा होता है, बहुत सारी एंट्रीज हमें टैली में तो दिख रही हैं और इसमें नहीं दिख रही बट वो रजिस्ट्री वाले हैं, तो देन इन सच केसेस वी आर लेफ्ट विद नो ऑप्शन कि चलो टैली में दिख रहा है और उनकी रजिस्ट्री है, बेनिफिट ऑफ डाउट देते हुए उसमें तो हमने कंसिडर किया है, बट जहां सिर्फ टैली में दिख रहा है बुक्स में नहीं है, तो यही लिखते वो बोल रहे हैं कि नहीं हमने देखा था टैली में तो था, वी मेट द सीडी व्हेन ही वाज देयर, और ये आपको लेना पड़ेगा, एंड देन दे cause unnecessary pressure on us. What I have come across, they sit on our office for hours and भाई हम भी समझते हैं उनका हार्ड एंड मनी, बट what about us, हमें जब तक genuine source नहीं मिलेगा we are in no position to consider it sir. So I would prefer, as Amit sir rightly said, secondary option रखते हुए आप उसे बिल्कुल consider करिए but not as a primary source.
Ma'am, CA
Yes.
Rakesh Tulsian. Ma'am, in this, when you have given the check of XY, and the builder have deposited this amount in his personal account. So whether you will consider as a claim, valid claim
No sir,
for the
not at all.
home buyer, because he has a proof, he has submitted the proof, but not, and he has paid the amount, but the
No
amount has not come to my account, it has come to promoter's account, as well as there is entry in the tally system also. So whether we will take it?
sir, if the ex-promoters are present with you and if they give the confirmation that okay, their amount has been paid to us, but we and that has to be a written statement. In our case, the CD was absconding, so we outrightly refused. We inquired firstly with the home buyer that whether you have paid in the personal account of the CD or in the personal account of the ex promoter, or whether you have paid in the account of the CD. So they were not in a position to answer this thing. Secondly, when they are not in the position, बोले हमें तो नहीं पता, हमें तो सिर्फ एक चेक दे दिया था, हमने वहां पर अकाउंट ही चेक दे दिया था, लेकिन उन्होंने क्या लिखा हमें नहीं पता है. So you have to be aware of it. Law specifically says with respect. I would request sir, आप उनसे inquire करके make yourself sure of this कि पैसा अगर बुक्स में नहीं दिख रहा है, and if the promoter is saying, उनसे एक written statement लीजिए इसको related और उस
But
basis
the
पे आप
problem is promoter is not giving anything in writing. He is not coming. He is not meeting also. So we have filed a 19.2, but 19.2 doesn't help us in forming a COC. And in COC they are saying we should also be included. And you accept or reject. You can't sit idle, because they are every day they are coming on office and sitting it, and they are saying, "Boss, my entry is showing in the books of accounts. I have paid. That is the proof is also there. But
You
and
being the
I am an
diligent.
innocent buyer. I have just given XY check in the name of XYZ, not in the name of the company. I was not aware. And again, in some of the case, the company name is something different.
Sir, very true. You have correctly said. I have also come across such type of cases. After thorough inquiry, a detailed mail writing to them time and again, if they are saying that हमने दिया तो है किसी और उन्होंने अपने अकाउंट में कर लिया या उनके पर्सनल अकाउंट में गया दिया तो हमने इसी पर्पज से था, हम किस पर्पज से देते नहीं तो पैसा। आप बोलिए अगर सीधी अगर एक्स प्रमोटर के अकाउंट में गया है उन्हीं से आप पैसा मांगिए। इट इज माई हम्बल रिक्वेस्ट सर कि आपको ऐसे केस एडमिट नहीं करने चाहिए। लेट देम गो टू एनसीएलटी, वॉट एवर एनसीएलटी डिसाइड, वॉट
Correct.
एवर द इवन सी। मेरा तो ये कहना है सर, इवन आप सीओसी का भी अगर इसमें ले सकते हो कहीं से डिसीजन और उनका सजेशन कि भाई क्या करना चाहिए हमें ऐसे केसेस में, हमारे हिसाब से तो नहीं आना चाहिए और उसे मोनेटाइज कर दीजिए। लेट देम
सर,
गो टू द
हम
एनसीएलटी,
तो
वॉट एवर
शायद
एनसीएलटी।
इसमें एक
मैंने तो
क्वेश्चन
यही
और
किया।
है मेरा, इन एडिशन टू
जी
व्हाट अदर पर्सन सेइंग। कई केसेस में क्या है कि जब कंपनी डिस्ट्रेस में है तो एम्प्लॉइज व्हेन दे आर लीविंग टू द कंपनी, तो प्रमोटर्स उनको कुछ यूनिट्स अलॉट कर देते हैं कि ठीक है आपकी सैलरी के अगेंस्ट में ये, और वहाँ पे देयर विल बीन एम्पल चांस ऑफ मैनिपुलेशंस की सैलरी कितना दिखाना है, कितना नहीं दिखाना है, एक्स्ट्रा दिखा दिया कम दिखा दिया।
जी
एक सिचुएशन ये है। दूसरा सिचुएशन क्या पॉसिबिलिटी है कि तीन चार लोग ओसी हैं तो दे ट्राई की भी ठीक है, एक का पैसा निकल जाता है, प्रमोटर्स कहते हैं कि आप मिस्टर एक्स को दे दो, मिस्टर वाई एक्स को दे देता है, और वो एक्स को भी किसी एक को यहाँ पे एज एन कोई यूनिट अलॉट कर देता है या कोई कमर्शियल स्पेस अलॉट कर देता है। देन हाउ टू हैंडल दिस?
सर, वही मैं जब अभी केस लॉ डिस्कस करूँ क्योंकि हमारे साथ भी ऐसा हुआ था। उस केस में दे विल बी ट्रीटेड एज एन ओसी क्योंकि यहाँ बार्टर हुआ है सर,
बार्टर
फाइनेंशियल
बिटवीन
ट्रांजैक्शन
टू
नहीं हुआ है।
टू
बार्टर बिटवीन,
एंटिटीज which is technically not connected to the promoter.
सर सर अगर कोई फाइनेंशियल डीलिंग उनके बीच में हुई ही नहीं है, क्योंकि जब आप यहाँ डेफिनेशन पढ़ेंगे उसमें स्पेसिफिकली लिखा हुआ है कि फाइनेंशियल इफेक्ट होना चाहिए सर। उसमें फाइनेंशियल इफेक्ट अगर शो नहीं हो रहा है तो देन यू कैन नॉट ट्रीट देम एज एन अलॉटी। हमारे केस में द कोर्ट वाज वेरी काइंड इनफ कि हमने तो उसे एडमिट किया ही नहीं था केस को। उसके अगेंस्ट में ही राजस्थान पत्रिका वाज अ न्यूज़पेपर। अभी सर हम केस लॉ जब डिस्कस करेंगे तभी आएगा हमारा केस जिसमें ये
Okay.
स्पेसिफिकली बोला गया था कि भाई हमने उनसे साल भर का कॉन्ट्रैक्ट कर लिया था कि साल भर में आप हमें 96 लाख का उनका कुछ ड्यू था। साल 2 साल तक हम उनका न्यूज़पेपर पब्लिकेशन करेंगे। उनके अगेंस्ट में उन्होंने हमें 3 फ्लैट अलॉट किए थे कि ठीक है
रियल
अभी
एस्टेट पे
हम
बार्टर
आपको।
डील्स तो बहुत नॉर्मल था इन अर्ली डेज।
करेक्ट सर, करेक्ट। अब ये पॉसिबल नहीं होता है, वो बार्टर कर देते थे एंड दे वर आल्सो हैप्पी कि ठीक है यार हमें अगर ये नहीं पैसा दे पा रहे तो ये 3 फ्लैट तो हमारे हो ही गए आज।
राइट।
बट दिस इज नॉट द केस। आपका चूंकि फाइनेंशियल ट्रांजैक्शन फाइनेंशियल डीलिंग नहीं हुई है, देयर वाज ओनली अ प्रॉमिस कि ठीक है हम आपको यहाँ न्यूज़पेपर पब्लिकेशन कर रहे हैं उसके अगेंस्ट में आपको यहाँ पे फ्लैट्स मिल गए हैं। सो दैट कैन नॉट बी कंसिडर्ड एज कि आपके बीच में फाइनेंशियल ट्रांजैक्शन हुआ इसलिए यू कैन नॉट बी द अलॉटी। और आपका सोल पर्पस फ्लैट खरीदने का नहीं था। देयर इज वन मोर थिंग कि आपका सोल पर्पस क्या था यहाँ पर।
नहीं मतलब
आप
मेरा
तो
एक
सिर्फ एक
पिछला सा
बिजनेस कर
क्वेश्चन
रहे
है
हैं।
Even
इसमें थोड़ा
even
सा
even if
एडिशन है।
they are a home buyer, it will
हम्म।
not considered as a home buyer as a FC. They will be considered as home buyer as a OC because this is a barter.
करेक्ट सर, तो वो बेसिकली दे विल नॉट कम अंडर द कैटेगरी ऑफ अ होम बायर सर। दे
ओके।
विल बी कंसिडर्ड एज
Okay,
एन ओसी ओनली। वो कैटेगरी ही
correct.
नहीं होगी सर क्योंकि उसमें हमारे पास जजमेंट है सर आज।
Okay. So on the base of on the basis of judgment, you are saying, see, in most of the builder or developer case, what they are doing is they are bartering. Okay. Most of the places, you do my sanitary work, you do my plastery work, you do my this
जी
work,
बिल्कुल।
and
जी
they are giving a goods, they are giving a flat to them. And
करेक्ट
again,
सर,
and they are not a genuine home buyer. Basically,
दैट
they
इज
are a barter. So they are saying,
करेक्ट सर।
I have done my work. Instead of getting my money in my account and then paid to them, I have done that way. That type of a story also comes to us. So
बिल्कुल
So
सर।
in
uh,
such a situation, we professionals should be very cautious about when we are dealing with any real estate company, as we are also advising to some companies in this way only.
करेक्ट सर, सो दैट हैज टू बी टेकन केयर ऑफ। Thank you for your insight, sir. Now, coming over to the definition of default. Means section 3, subsection 12. Default means non-payment of debt when whole or any part or installment. I'm repeating, means non-payment of debt when whole or any part or installment of the amount of debt has become due and payable. Firstly, वहां पे पहले कोई नॉन पेमेंट ऑफ डेट होना चाहिए, पूरे अमाउंट का या थोड़े अमाउंट का या इंस्टॉलमेंट का। जो ड्यू हुआ है, द अमाउंट हैज बिकम ड्यू एंड पेबल, और नहीं है सर, ड्यू एंड पेबल एंड इज नॉट पेड। ड्यू भी है, पेबल भी है, लेकिन not paid by the debtor or the corporate debtor as the case may be, right? Now, coming over to most important जो मैं आप लोगों को बताना चाहती हूँ यहाँ पे 5.8 फाइनेंशियल डेट क्या होता है, जिसकी अभी हम पूरे टाइम बात कर रहे थे कि किस बेसिस पे आप उन्हें कैटेगराइज करेंगे, वो होम बायर है या नहीं है। फाइनेंशियल डेट मीन्स अ डेट along with interest if any which is disbursed against, means a debt along with interest if any which is disbursed against the consideration for time value of money and includes, means time value of money भी होना चाहिए and includes money borrowed against the payment of interest, any amount raised by acceptance under any acceptance credit facility or its demat equivalent, any amount raised pursuant to any note purchase facility or issue of bond, note, debenture, loan, stock or any other similar instrument, the amount of any liability in respect of any lease or hire purchase contract which is deemed as a finance or capital lease under the Indian accounting standard or such other accounting standard as the case may be. Receivables sold or discounted other than any receivable sold or non-recourse basis. For us, this is important, 5.8F. Any amount raised under any other transaction including any forward sale or purchase agreement having the commercial effect of borrowing. So आपका financial debt कब होगा? जब कोई amount raise हुआ है under any other transaction including any forward or sale purchase agreement having the commercial effect of borrowing. Now, for the purpose of this subclause, any amount raised, ये हमारे लिए इसमें सर, any amount raised from an allotee, any amount raised from an allotee under a real estate project shall be deemed to have an amount having the commercial effect of borrowing, and the expression allotee and real estate project shall have the meaning respectively assigned to them in clause D, section 2 of RERA. सो सर यहाँ उन्होंने और क्लैरिटी दे दी कि अलॉटी कौन माना जाएगा, रियल एस्टेट प्रोजेक्ट क्या होगा, और कमर्शियल इफेक्ट ऑफ बोरोइंग होना बहुत जरूरी है। जहाँ कमर्शियल इफेक्ट ऑफ बोरोइंग नहीं है, जहाँ एक तो आपको अलॉटी होना जरूरी है। अलॉटी मतलब कि आपका इंटेंशन ही था कि मुझे फ्लैट या प्लॉट परचेज करना है। यहाँ जो आप बाटर की बात कर रहे हैं, दे हैव नेवर एन इंटेंशन टू परचेज दैट फ्लैट और प्लॉट। दे वर डीलिंग इनटू एन अग्रीमेंट, एंटर्ड इनटू एन अग्रीमेंट कि अगर आप हमारा ये पैसा नहीं दे पाए तो आप हमें दे दोगे, तो देयर वाज अ कंडीशन टू दिस। तो ये हमारे लिए इसमें सबसे इंपॉर्टेंट था। सेकेंडली 524 और 524A रिलेटेड पार्टी का, वो भी मैं आपको एक केस बताती हूँ। दैट वाज आल्सो एन इंटरेस्टिंग थिंग दैट हैज हैपेंड टू मी इन माय प्रीवियस केस। इतने सारे कॉम्प्लेक्सिटीज मुझे वो फर्स्ट केस में ही मिल गए कि सेकंड केस में तो बोलते ना, वो दूध का चला छाछ भी फूक के पीता है। तो इसमें हम और ज्यादा अवेयर हो गए कि हमें छोटी से छोटी चीज पे भी हम बहुत ज्यादा ध्यान दे रहे हैं। फिर भी इसमें हमारे अगेंस्ट ऑलमोस्ट 35 to 40 एप्लीकेशंस लगी है अभी। लेट्स सी व्हाट हैपेंस। अब 524 एंड 524A इफ वी टॉक अबाउट, हम 524 पहले अलग पढ़ते थे, 524A अलग पढ़ते थे। इसमें आप कोई मुझे एनलाइटन करेंगे कि इसे किस तरह से देखा जाना चाहिए, वेदर इट शुड बी रेड सेपरेटली कि 524 सेपरेट है और 524A सेपरेट है। हैव एनी ऑफ यू कम अक्रॉस विद दिस? क्योंकि 524 बात करता है रिलेटेड पार्टी इन रिलेशन टू अ कॉर्पोरेट डेटर, कॉर्पोरेट डेटर इज अ सेपरेट एंटिटी। देन 24A टॉक्स अबाउट रिलेटेड पार्टी इन रिलेशन टू एन इंडिविजुअल। तो यहाँ तो इंडिविजुअल की बात कर रहा है। कैन एनीबडी हेल्प मी इन दिस?
Is 524A more relevant in PG matters, individual insolvency?
सर हम भी पहले यही सोचते थे कि भाई 524A जो है वो तो पीजी के मैटर, क्योंकि तो इंडिविजुअल की बात कर रहा है। बट आई टेल यू हमारे साथ इसमें क्या हुआ सर, आई थिंक इट हैपेंड। एक्स प्रमोटर के फादर इन लॉ को उन्होंने उनसे पैसा लिया है ना। अब वो हम उन्हें बोल रहे थे कि ये रिलेटेड पार्टी में आएंगे ही नहीं, क्योंकि 524A टॉक्स अबाउट रिलेटेड पार्टी इन रिलेशन टू एन इंडिविजुअल। they approached to court that मुझे इन्होंने रिलेटेड, हमारे हिसाब से वो रिलेटेड पार्टी नहीं थे। अब जब इसमें पीआरए आया, पीआरए का ये कहना पड़ा कि नहीं, रिलेटेड पार्टी अगर ये फादर इन लॉ हैं उनके, तो वो रिलेटेड टू सीडी रहेंगे। एनसीएलटी में केस गया, वहां हमें क्लैरिटी मिली इसमें कि आपको दोनों मैटर को रिलेट करके पढ़ना है। 24 एंड 24A शुड बी रेड कलेक्टिवली एंड नॉट इंडिविजुअली। सो दिस इज ऑल्सो टू बी टेकन केयर ऑफ कि वो वहां रिलेटेड पार्टी माने जाएंगे। हम बोल रहे थे वो रिलेटेड पार्टी नहीं है वहां पर, क्योंकि वो 524A इज नॉट इन आर परव्यू। वो एक्स प्रमोटर के फादर इन लॉ है, वो नहीं आ सकते हैं इसमें, राइट। कंपनी से रिलेटेड तो है नहीं वो यहाँ पर कहीं भी, एक्स प्रमोटर के फादर इन लॉ है, नो, बट दिस इज नॉट टू बी। सो यहाँ भी आपको, जब आप उसे रिलेटेड पार्टी ले रहे हैं, कितना वोटिंग, बिकॉज दिस कम्स इनटू द पिक्चर कि आप उसे वोटिंग परसेंटेज देंगे या नहीं देंगे। हम उन्हें वोटिंग परसेंटेज दे रहे थे, राइट, और वहां उनका कहना था कि इनका वोटिंग परसेंटेज नहीं आना चाहिए। सो दिस हैज ऑल्सो टू बी टेकन केयर ऑफ। ओके, लेट मी नो वेन एवर यू फील लाइक टू हैव अ ब्रेक, क्योंकि बहुत सारी चीजें हमने डिस्कस करी है। और अगर आपको ब्रेक भी चाहिए तो कितने बजे और कितने टाइम का लगेगा, बता सकेंगे अभी प्लीज? इट्स आई थिंक 11:10 एज ऑफ नाउ, और शैल आई कंटिन्यू? एनीबडी सर?
So I think you can continue.
Okay, thank you. I think we can continue till 11:30. Then we can have a break of it. I think 15-20 minutes will be sufficient, or then you will be needing of half an hour. वो भी बता दीजिए, तो मैं अकॉर्डिंगली टॉपिक फिर बाकी के बाद में ले लूंगी।
I think 15, yeah, 15-20 minutes should be enough.
थैंक यू जगदीश सर। अब कोई अपनी प्रैक्टिकल प्रॉब्लम्स हमें बताएगा इसमें कि उन्होंने क्या फेस करी है इसमें, प्रैक्टिकल प्रॉब्लम्स अपने होमवर्क, एक्सेप्ट आई थिंक Sivaraman sir has discussed a lot, Amit sir has also discussed, Jasbir sir has discussed। किसी और को कोई इसमें ऐसी प्रॉब्लम फेस हुई है या सिमिलर प्रॉब्लम भी फेस हुई हो? तो कैन आई कम टू माय पीपीटी देन? विजिबल? इज इट
Yes,
विजिबल ऑन
visible.
स्क्रीन?
Yes, yes.
थैंक यू। सो अभी इतना इन डेप्थ हमने डिस्कस किया है कि ये तो ठीक है, एक कुछ आई हैव टू प्रिपेयर एंड शो इट टू यू पीपल कि व्हाट इज द ऑब्जेक्टिव। इफ आई टॉक अबाउट ऑब्जेक्टिव क्या है, क्रेडिटर इन कंट्रोल, द सीओसी इज द सुप्रीम अथॉरिटी इन दिस। Whatever the COC commercial wisdom that will be there, even the NCLT will not intervene unless and until it is not hampering anybody's interest. Is it? Consolidate existing insolvency laws and amend other legislations. What is the object of the court? Basically overriding effect है इसका, ये टाइम बाउंड रेजोल्यूशन है। टाइम बाउंड बोलने के लिए सेक्शन 12 में आपको भी पता है, हमारे केस कुछ 4 साल चले, कुछ 6 साल चल रहे हैं केसेस, और अभी भी उसका कोई आउटकम नहीं निकल पा रहा है। वन मोर थिंग अभी मुझे याद आया, एवरीथिंग शुड बी डिस्क्लोज्ड इन द इंफॉर्मेशन मेमोरेंडम। ईच एंड एवरी माइन्यूट डिटेल शुड बी डिस्क्लोज। रीजन बीइंग कि जो भी पीआरए आता है इसमें, अगर उसके पास एंटायर इन्फॉर्मेशन नहीं होगी, वो अपना प्लान किस बेसिस पे पुटअप करेगा। सो दैट थिंग ऑल्सो नीड्स टू बी टेकन केयर ऑफ। अभी लेटेस्ट अमेंडमेंट्स जो आए हैं वो भी हम डिस्कस करेंगे। इन्वेस्टिगेशन ऑफ एंटीसीडेंट ट्रांजैक्शन इन केस ऑफ इलीगल डाइवर्जन ऑफ असेट्स ऑफ द कंपनी, जैसा हम उसकी बात करते प्यूफे की। क्लियरली डिफाइंड ऑर्डर ऑफ प्रायोरिटी, सेक्शन 53। वन मोर थिंग, मुझे बताइए, होम बायर शुड बी ट्रीटेड एज अनसिक्योर्ड फाइनेंशियल क्रेडिटर और सिक्योर्ड फाइनेंशियल क्रेडिटर? क्योंकि ये अभी तक क्लैरिटी नहीं आई। 2018 में शायद ये कहीं आया था कि उन्हें अनसिक्योर्ड फाइनेंशियल क्रेडिटर की कैटेगरी मिली थी। But अभी भी whether they should be treated as secured, if we discuss in person, what is your view whether they should be treated as a secured financial creditor or an unsecured financial creditor? Anyone?
Secured amongst unsecured.
ये तो सर बहुत पॉलिटिकल आंसर हो गया आपका. Secured among unsecured, sir. As per my view, they should be treated as secured financial creditor क्योंकि उन्होंने पैसा दिया है. इस पे मैं एक आर्टिकल भी आई एम इन द प्रोसेस ऑफ राइटिंग दिस. लेट्स सी अब उसके बाद क्या आउटकम आता है क्या नहीं. बट जब उन्होंने पैसा दिया है तो उन्हें हम सिक्योर की कैटेगरी में या सेक्शन 53 में विद द सिक्योर्ड फाइनेंशियल क्रेडिटर के साथ पैरिटी पे क्यों नहीं रखते हैं? सिक्योर्ड जो भी होगा, कोई बैंक है या फाइनेंशियल इंस्टीट्यूशन है, सबसे पहले पैसा या उनकी सिक्योरिटी ही क्यों टॉप मोस्ट रहे? भाई उन्होंने पैसा दिया, पर होम बायर्स का तो इतना हार्ड अर्न मनी है, हर किसी का घर सपना होता है घर होना. तो दे शुड बी ट्रीटेड और दे शुड बी ट्रीटेड एज एट पार विद द सिक्योर्ड फाइनेंशियल क्रेडिटर. अभी तक वो हुआ नहीं है. बट व्हाट इज योर से? जो मैंने मेरे व्यूज रखे, एम आई राइट और रॉन्ग इन दिस? लेट मी नो.
मैम सिक्योर्ड क्रेडिटर के लिए वो सिक्योरिटी क्रिएट होनी चाहिए ना, वो रजिस्ट्रेशन करते हैं जैसे सरसाई में.
ठीक है, वो तो सर देखिए, वो तो आपका आरओसी का और ये पूरा थियोरेटिकल हो गया, राइट? वो चीज एक अलग हो गई है. बट यहाँ अगर किसी ने पैसा दिया है, भाई उन्हें तो ये नहीं समझेगा ना कि आरओसी में सिक्योरिटी क्रिएट हो गई. पैसा तो आज सबने मिलके दिया है, और मिलके दिया तभी तो बिल्डर आज पिक्चर में आया है.
मैम पैसा तो अनसिक्योर्ड वाले भी देते हैं ना, पैसा
सर
खाली
पैसा
देना ही काफी
अनसिक्योर्ड
नहीं होता.
सर पैसा अनसिक्योर्ड वालों के पास तो बहुत पैसा है. वो लोग इसलिए अपने इंटरेस्ट बेसिस पे पैसा देते हैं. यहाँ तो इनको उनका घर चाहिए ना सर.
मैम मेरा भी यही व्यू है कि होम बायर्स को जो है ना सिक्योर्ड में दे शुड बी ट्रीटेड एज सिक्योर्ड, बिकॉज वहाँ
सिक्योर
पे
क्रेडिट.
एक प्रॉपर्टी आइडेंटिफाइड है,
हाँ.
पीस ऑफ लैंड और फ्लैट, वो आइडेंटिफाइड प्रॉपर्टी है, तो उनको जो है ना सिक्योर्ड में ट्रीट करना चाहिए. एंड ऑल्सो दे हैव द वोटिंग पावर, सो इट्स वेरी स्ट्रेंज कि इनके पास वोटिंग पावर भी है, स्टिल दे आर अनसिक्योर्ड.
दैट इज, यही सब मेरे भी पॉइंटर्स थे सर. अब लेट्स सी, आई विल बी प्लेसिंग एन आर्टिकल. अब इस पे कितना मतलब मटेरियलाइज होती है चीज नहीं. बट हमारे मेरे हिसाब से भी सर ये सिक्योर्ड फाइनेंशियल क्रेडिटर होने चाहिए. सिक्योरिटी तो उनकी भी क्रिएटेड है ना, फ्लैट लिया है, प्लॉट उन्होंने लिया ही है ना, पैसा भी दिया है उसके अगेंस्ट में. सिर्फ आरओसी में अगर कोई चार्ज क्रिएटेड नहीं है, दैट डजंट टेंटमाउंट टू मेक देम इनटू द कैटेगरी ऑफ अनसिक्योर्ड एफसी या रैंक देम बिलो द सिक्योर्ड फाइनेंशियल क्रेडिटर.
मैम मेरे एक पॉइंट है, दो आई एम नॉट ट्रेसिंग द होम बायर मैटर्स और रियल एस्टेट आईबीसी मैटर्स. अर्लियर एक डेफिनेशन आया था कि इन्वेस्टर्स और होम बायर्स का डिफरेंस, इज इट स्टिल वैलिड और उसमें कुछ अपडेट्स हैं भी इन बिटवीन?
सॉरी सर, आप वापस बोलेंगे? आपकी वॉइस क्रैक हुई थी बीच में.
अर्लियर एक डेफिनेशन आया था कि होम बायर्स के केसेस में भी जो इन्वेस्टर्स है जिन्होंने जो बल्क में इन्वेस्टमेंट करते हैं या फिर फ्लैट्स की बुकिंग करते हैं,
हम्म.
तो अभी इस पर कोई अपडेट है क्या? तो और द डेफिनेशन स्टिल वैलिड कि होम बायर्स में भी डिफरेंस हो सकता है कि एक्चुअल बायर्स हैं या फिर इन्वेस्टर्स हैं?
सर अब अगर उन्होंने, हाँ आपका कहना सही है कि इन्वेस्टर शुड बी ट्रीटेड एज एन होम बायर और नॉट. अगर उन्होंने बल्क में पैसा दिया हुआ है, वो बुक्स में देखिए सर, वी कैन नॉट गो इनटू द जेन्युइननेस ऑफ वेदर द इन्वेस्टर इज अनसिक्योर्ड एफसी. अगर उनके सीडी के बैंक अकाउंट में पैसा दिख रहा है, आया है, अलॉटमेंट लेटर है उनके पास में, तो ही हम उनको इन द कैटेगरी ऑफ 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 अ होम बायर ले पाएंगे. हमारे मैटर में भी ऐसा ही हुआ है सर. 15 फ्लैट्स बुक किए हैं उन्होंने, उनको अलॉटमेंट लेटर दिया गया, रादर उन्होंने रजिस्टर्ड अग्रीमेंट भी प्लेस किए थे हमारे पास में सर, जिसमें पार्ट पेमेंट की उन्होंने रजिस्ट्री करवा ली, 1% 2% की स्टैंप ड्यूटी पे करी हुई है.
जी.
अब एज एन इन्वेस्टर ही थे वो. यू आर करेक्टली सेइंग, दे वो बोल भी रहे हैं आके कि हम एज एन इन्वेस्टर ही थे इसमें. भाई ये था कि हमने उनको बोला था इतना पैसा हम आपको दे रहे हैं, क्योंकि कोई भी बिल्डर के पास आपको पता है हमेशा फंड्स की शॉर्टेज रहती है.
जी.
पैसा उन्होंने दिया, बुक्स में भी दिख रहा है, चेक से पेमेंट हुआ है, उसके अगेंस्ट में उन्होंने फ्लैट्स भी बुक किए हुए हैं. बट अब हमारी बुक देखिए, हमारे लिए क्या चीजें जरूरी होती है देखना आरपी के लिए. बुक्स ऑफ अकाउंट्स में पैसा आया हो, हमारे अकाउंट में क्रेडिट हुआ है वो पैसा. सेकेंडली उनके पास अलॉटमेंट लेटर है, केवाईसी है, उनका बैंक अकाउंट स्टेटमेंट है जो ये बता रहा है, और सपोर्टिंग डॉक्यूमेंट्स जो वो देना चाह रहे हैं वो है. इसके बियॉन्ड हम नहीं जा सकते एज एन आरपी. अगर वो ये दिख रहा है, सेकेंडली राउंड ट्रिपिंग नहीं हुई. जैसा मैंने अभी आपसे डिस्कस किया था कि भाई 2011 में अगर दिख रहा है कि पैसा आया और 2012 में या 2011 एंड में वापस से वो पैसा दे दिया, सीडी ने उन्हें वापस कर दिया है वो पैसा, तो दैट नीड्स टू बी टेकन केयर ऑफ। एक प्रॉब्लम और हमें आई थी इसमें कि वो इन्वेस्टर ही थे, हमने उनसे बैंक स्टेटमेंट मांगा, उन्होंने उस पर्टिकुलर डेट्स का हमें बैंक अकाउंट स्टेटमेंट प्रोवाइड कर दिया। नेक्स्ट ईयर में दिख रहा है कि पैसा वापस गया है। अब वी बीइंग आरपी हमने हमारी बुक से भी क्रॉस चेक कर लिया, हाँ भाई पैसा आया है 2011 में। अब आर वी सपोज टू लुक इनटू द बुक्स ऑफ 2012 एज वेल कि ये पैसा वापस गया है? इनिशियली वी वर नॉट, हमें लगा ठीक है आया है पैसा, हमने उस बेसिस पे उन्हें ले लिया। इसीलिए ट्रांजैक्शन ऑडिट कराना बहुत जरूरी होता है ऐसे कॉम्प्लेक्स केसेस में। हमने भी एक्चुअली गो थ्रू किया जब उसे वापस, बिकॉज देर आर सो मेनी बैंक अकाउंट्स वर देयर, एटलीस्ट 8 to 10 बैंक अकाउंट स्टेटमेंट्स वर देयर, 10-10 साल के बैंक अकाउंट स्टेटमेंट, उससे गो थ्रू करना इट इज नॉट पॉसिबल फॉर एन आरपी टू डू सो। तो वो ट्रांजैक्शन ऑडिटर के हेल्प से ही हमने राउंड ट्रिपिंग भी ट्रेस करी, और जब ये पैसा वापस गया है तो डेफिनेटली देन दे वर ट्रीटेड एज एन इन्वेस्टर जिनको पैसा वापस मिल चुका है। इस बेसिस पे उन्हें वो फ्लैट्स नहीं मिलने चाहिए। रजिस्टर्ड अग्रीमेंट भी अगर उन्होंने कराया है इस केस में, तो फिर देन यू इट इज बेटर टू अप्रोच टू एनसीएलटी।
राइट,
एनी सॉरी,
ठीक कह रहे हैं।
ओके। सो सर ये बहुत सारी चीजें हैं विच वी हैव कम अक्रॉस और हमें ध्यान देनी चाहिए ये चीज। Now, coming back to establishment of an IBBI as an independent monitoring body for administration and governance of IBC. Challenges faced by homebuyer in CIRP: information asymmetry, unclear project status, जैसा अभी हमने आपको बताया, फंड्स की क्लैरिटी नहीं है, फंड के यूसेज क्या होगा वो क्लैरिटी नहीं है, फाइनेंशियल स्टेटमेंट्स की हमें क्लैरिटी नहीं रहती है, कॉम्प्लेक्स लीगल प्रोसीजर है, हिंड्रेंस एक्सेस टू अपडेट्स, हमें हर चीज की अपडेट, क्योंकि जैसा अभी सर ने बताया था कि सीडी कोऑपरेट नहीं करा, राकेश सर ने हमें बताया था कि प्रमोटर्स आर नॉट कोऑपरेटिंग, 19(2) लगाने के बाद भी कुछ नहीं होता है। सही कह रहे हैं, हमने भी इस केस में 19(2) लगाया हुआ है बट अभी तक कोई प्रमोटर सामने नहीं आया। द केस इज हमने एप्लीकेशन फाइल करी थी आई थिंक साल भर पहले, अभी तक भी कुछ का कुछ आउटकम नहीं निकला है, अभी तक सिर्फ वो एडजर्न ही हो रहा है मैटर हमारा। वीक रिप्रेजेंटेशन इन सीओसी, रिप्रेजेंटेड कलेक्टिवली बाय एन ऑथराइज्ड रिप्रेजेंटेटिव। अब हमारे इस मैटर में अभी ऐसा हुआ है कि ऑथराइज्ड रिप्रेजेंटेटिव अलॉटीज का तो रहेगा ही, अब क्या रजिस्टर्ड बायर्स का भी रहेगा फ्लैट या प्लॉट बायर का भी? वी हैव रिक्वेस्टेड, क्योंकि रजिस्ट्री वाले अगर बहुत हैं वो अपना सेपरेट एआर लेके आ जाएं, वो भी अपना यहाँ पे से रखें कि उनको क्या प्रॉब्लम है, या उन्हें जो भी हम कर रहे हैं दे शुड बी देयर इन द मीटिंग, बट दे आर नॉट रेडी टू। अच्छा ये बताइए किस किस को, अच्छा फीस कैसे निकालनी है? पैसा है नहीं, कैसे निकालते हैं आप लोग फीस इस मैटर्स?
मैम, ये जो आपने अभी जो एआर वाला मैटर प्लेस किया है, इसमें मेरा एक और व्यू है। मैंने कई केसेस में देखा है कि होम बायर्स आल्सो अपॉइंट समबडी टू एज एन ऑब्जर्वर फॉर द सीओसी मीटिंग,
करेक्ट,
कि भाई हम लोग बहुत बड़ा ग्रुप है, एक पर्सन के थ्रू हम लोग डील नहीं कर पाते हैं, क्योंकि वो
जी बिल्कुल
टेक्निकल
ठीक है,
आदमी है, वो टेक्निकल लैंग्वेज में हमसे बात करते
जी
हैं। वी आर अपॉइंटिंग समबडी ऑन फ्रॉम द आर इनसाइड ग्रुप, कि भाई वो एक होम बायर भी है या इन्वेस्टर है, वट एवर, वो हम
जी
उसको एज एन ऑब्जर्वर अपॉइंट करते हैं टू जस्ट टू अटेंड द मीटिंग्स। तो ये
जी
कितना
बिल्कुल।
टेक्निकल वैलिड है, और क्या इसमें कोई ऑब्जेक्शन हम लोग रेज कर सकते हैं बीइंग द आरपी और
सर
एआर?
आप ऑब्जेक्शन नहीं, सर देखिए जहां पे होम बायर का मैटर आता है आपने भी देखा होगा कि एडजुडिकेटिंग अथॉरिटी इज टेकिंग अ वेरी डिफरेंट अप्रोच इन दिस, दे हैव गॉट अ वेरी सॉफ्ट कॉर्नर फॉर द होम बायर्स। अगर वो ऑब्जर्वर लेके आना चाह रहे हैं एंड इफ सीओसी इज अलाउइंग देम, फर्स्टली पहली चीज, सेकेंडली इट इज बेटर अगेन टू फाइल एन एप्लीकेशन टू एनसीएलटी कि ऐसा वो ऑब्जर्वर लेके आना चाह रहे हैं, शेल वी अलाउ देम, क्योंकि कल को सेकेंड ग्रुप ने अगर उस पर ऑब्जेक्शन लिया तो देन आरपी के पास में कोई रिकॉर्ड्स नहीं रहेगा, तो इट इज ऑलवेज बेटर एंड टू सेव गार्ड आर हैंड्स एंड सेव आवर स्किन कि नहीं आपने भी क्या वो वहां लगा दी एनसीएलटी में एप्लीकेशन की होम बायर्स का ऐसा रिकमेंडेशन आया है एनसीएलटी में, डायरेक्टर्स व्हाट टू डू इन दिस मैटर। सीओसी से भी आप ले सकते हैं इस पे व्यू सर, क्योंकि
COC
सीओसी का
can
कमर्शियल विजडम सुप्रीमो होता है सर। जी
COC can allow any member to be part of the COC meeting,
नो
but
नो 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 नो
now one
नो
minute, let me
सीओसी के
complete,
नंबर,
ma'am.
COC cannot allow, and we should not encourage such practice. If
No,
an
no, 1 minute.
observer wants
Let
to
me
sit on
complete,
behalf
ma'am.
of the home buyer, that is
Let
a
me
different
complete.
thing.
Let me complete.
बोलिए Saurabh.
If there is a representation from the home buyers and they are all the home buyers have appointed 3 or 4 observers to attend the meeting, there is nothing wrong in it, and the COC can approve it. Or otherwise, if it is required, we, as you said rightly, we can go to the NCLT to get their appointment, their attendance of the meeting approved by NCLT. But one
Correct.
thing is, this is one. It depends upon the COC. The COC might decide not to allow the observers to be part of the meeting because AR is already representing the home buyers. But for facilitating the AR, observers are appointed for him to handle the case so that in a better manner. But anyway, it is left to the choice of the COC whether they want to allow it or not allow it.
Very, very correctly said, Sivaraman sir. Because if they are mere observers, that has to be very much clarified in the COC and to the observer and to the home buyer as well. Then they should not poke their nose every now and then कि ऐसा नहीं होना चाहिए, ऐसा होना चाहिए, ऐसे तो फिर sir we will not be in a position to conduct that meeting properly. So they can be observer, then whatever the outcome be there, those observer can definitely tell the entire details to the home buyers. That is very well said, sir.
That is very true.
Till-
But anyway, there are certain, I know what to say, there are some hiccups in this. But anyway, that's a different thing altogether, not to be discussed here. Anyway,
Okay,
okay,
sir.
ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Delays in resolution, as I told you, that CRP often exceeds a 330 days limit. Initially 180 days were granted. आपको भी पता है 180 days में बहुत कम केसेस जो रिजॉल्व हो पाता है. 180 plus 90 plus 60 नहीं हो पाते, but NCLT in the matter of home buyers are definitely very liberal enough if a genuine reason is there to grant the extension. हमें पहले केसेस में भी मिला, अभी के केस में भी हमें 5 times extension मिल चुका है, because so many complexities are there. Data availability नहीं है, तो वो data collect करना is also not a easy task. Conflicting interest, tension, bank seeks recovery, home buyer seeks possession. One more interesting cases I'll be discussing over here कि अगर कोई home buyer ने बैंक से लोन लिया है for purchase of any flat or plot. Now that home buyer is not paying the EMI, looking into the scenario of the CD project, that मुझे तो फ्लैट या प्लॉट अभी मिलना है नहीं, मैंने 5-7 साल से पैसा लिया, why unnecessary to pay the EMI? So they don't pay the EMI. In that case, can the bank step into the shoes of a home buyer and can seek the recourse कि अब हमें आप पैसा दिलवाइए? Anybody? Can bank have that authority? कि अब वो तो नहीं आ रहा है होम बायर, तो आप उसने हमें हमारा पैसा नहीं दिया, हमें तो हमारे पैसों से मतलब है.
So in that case, I think somewhere it happened कि बैंक ने भी अपना claim file किया by
Sorry?
cancelling in such cases the bank has cancelled the agreement between the home buyers and the bank, and bank
सर
stepping
अगर चलिए कैंसिल कर दिया तो उनको उनका पैसा कैसे मिलेगा? चलिए
so
उन्होंने
then
अग्रीमेंट
they
कैंसिल
just
कर दिया,
file
सब
the
कैंसिल.
claim as an financier.
No, sir. I'm sorry to say, but I bit disagree with you. Bank have no recourse in such cases. They can approach a different forum after the completion of this process, CIRP process, because during the CIRP आपको भी पता है कि no other cases can be filed as section 14 में आपका moratorium चल रहा है. बैंक को इसमें कोई recourse नहीं, वो भी हमारे साथ हुआ है. I'll be discussing it later. But bank cannot.
If you are saying this, it is a very great relief for the home buyer. In such a scenario, they can stop making payments to the banks. They can save their EMI.
नहीं, but sir, but they have the recourse in other civil courts, ना? That is there for them. वो तो खुला ही है ना?
No,
But यहाँ
I
NCLT.
understand because IBC is a special scenario. Civil courts take 10 years to get some resolution.
सर बट क्या हुआ है, प्लॉट किसने लिया, फ्लैट किसने लिया, वो लिया है होम बायर ने. अब इसमें बैंक तो थर्ड पार्टी है. अनलेस एंड अनटिल देयर इज अ ट्राइपार्टीट अग्रीमेंट इन दिस.
90% cases there is a tripartite agreement. No?
बट सर हमारे केसेस में मैं आपको वो बताऊंगी भी अभी फर्दर केसेस कि बैंक इसमें नहीं आ सकता है. दैट इज अ डिसाइडेड केस सर.
So that's great.
लिक्विडेशन जी, मैं I'll be discussing it. Liquidation leaves buyers without home or refunds. Now, क्यों आपको भी पता है कि कोई भी NCLT कोर्ट हो या लॉटीज हो, they are not in the favor of liquidation. Section 53 comes into the picture. जहाँ पे वाटरफॉल मैकेनिज्म है, उसमें उन्हें भी पता है कि अगर अलॉटीज हैं, रजिस्ट्री है, तो दैट इज आउट ऑफ CIRP, दे आर सिक्योर. अलॉटी है तो उन्हें पहले तो सिक्योर्ड को पैसा चला जाएगा, बचा हुआ ही उन्हें अगर आता है तो उन्हें मिलेगा, या फिर अनसिक्योर्ड को चला जाता है, फिर वो पैसा अनसिक्योर्ड FC को. उसके बाद क्या उन्हें, देखिए किसी भी केस में ये तो फॉर श्योर है कि उन्हें फ्लैट या प्लॉट तो नहीं मिलेंगे. हमारे केस में अभी चल रहा है, लेट्स सी, अभी प्लान आया हुआ है, दैट इज अंडर कंसिडरेशन. अब I would like to inquire one more thing. If the CIRP period is expired, extension application is filed within the timeline, that extension application is still sub judice, can a COC meeting be convened by the RP? Can the CIRP process be kept at stall till that time?
No stall. You keep it working, and you will get extension over the period of time. And
In,
again, when your
in,
application is pending, na,
yeah. So, and in case the CIRP extension is not granted,
then everything falls apart, and your company will go into liquidation.
that is true. And if some major decision is taken in that period, means the application is filed, the matter is sub judice, and the COC meeting is convened, and some important action is taken, say of some paper publication is taken, or some cases were taken into consideration, some matters were taken into consideration in the COC meeting. So what will be the effect of that then? So whether the COC meeting can be convened by the RP?
I think yes.
I also
Yes,
think
sir.
yes, because
Hmm.
during the hearing, the bench can be explained
Hmm.
that after the application for extension was filed, a meeting was conducted, and these all decisions were taken. And I think more often than not, the bench would grant the extension.
Correct, correct, sir, correct. So this was also a hindrance which when I had a discussion with few of the IPs, they were also facing this, that whether, and in NCLT also we have, because I have got the extension for 5 times. Even I have convened the meeting in between that, and later on definitely was apprised to the NCLT that such thing has happened, and NCLT has taken the consideration of the same. Valuation and priority concern. Real estate valuation may not reflect reality. Uncertainty about home buyers priority in liquidation waterfall. Now,
Ma'am,
about the valuation part.
ma'am, you are
Yes.
talking about that flat, na, that bank has given loan to home buyer, and home buyer
Hmm.
is not paying. So ultimate, what will happen? You will treat them as a home buyer, even if they are not paying. It doesn't matter affect you. Whatever they have
Definitely.
paid.
Definitely about the home buyer. No, I was talking here about the bank. Bank cannot step into the shoes of a home buyer. If a home buyer
No,
already
bank
filed a
cannot come.
claim,
Bank cannot come into in the shoes of a home buyer anytime,
correct,
because
correct,
until
correct.
unless whatever, even if they are paying, not paying, that is their separate issue, which they will take care. Only
Ji,
home buyer can come to your as a FC in your COC, or is
correct, correct,
correct, na?
correct, sir.
And only till the amount whatever he has paid, not unpaid amount also.
Correct, correct, sir.
He will
Correctly
get
said.
a share only up to the amount what he has paid,
Hmm. True, sir. True.
not
Correctly said.
as per the dues of the bank.
Sir, thank you, sir. Now coming to the valuation part. अब वैल्यूएशन में आप किस तरह से किसका कैसे वैल्यूएशन कराएंगे? जैसे हमें अभी जो एक प्रॉब्लम फेस हुई थी, इट वाज, अगर प्लॉट का वैल्यूएशन होना है, तो रजिस्ट्री वाले प्लॉट्स विल बी ट्रीटेड सेपरेटली. वो उनका वैल्यूएशन ही नहीं हो सकता, नॉट बीइंग अ पार्ट ऑफ अ CIRP प्रोसेस. जो अलॉटमेंट वाला है उनका वैल्यूएशन हो जाएगा. बट वैल्यूएशन क्या लेंगे आप? गाइडलाइन वैल्यूएशन लेंगे, प्रेजेंट वैल्यूएशन लेंगे, या अभी जैसे रजिस्ट्री वाले हैं तो रजिस्ट्री में भी अगर वो फ्रॉडुलेंट रजिस्ट्री है तो कैन दे बी अ पार्ट ऑफ अ वैल्यूएशन? वो नहीं आ सकते. राइट। अगर जैसे आपको फ्लैट्स का वैल्यूएशन कराना है तो फ्लैट्स के वैल्यूएशन में भी अब नाउ थिंग हैज हैपेंड, जो हमें व्हाट वी हैव कम अक्रॉस दैट द वैल्यूअर्स कहीं ज्यादा वैल्यूएशन कर देते हैं हमें। अच्छा, अभी तक क्या होता था, normal practice was कि आरपी as I told you is not omnipotent, कि उन्हें सब पता है, सारे रूल्स रेगुलेशन पता है। जो वैल्यूअर को जो डेटा हमसे मांगते हैं, we provide the data to them, then they do their valuation accordingly। अब उसमें वो वैल्यूएशन में क्या निकाल के लाए हैं, हमने कितनी बार आरपी चेक नहीं करते हैं इसे, इनिशियली हमने भी चेक नहीं किया था, क्योंकि बिकॉज वी आर नॉट एक्सपर्ट इन डूइंग द लैंड एंड बिल्डिंग वैल्यूएशन, राइट, और अ प्लांट और मशीनरी वैल्यूएशन। हमें नहीं समझता है वो, जो उन्होंने डेटा लाके रख दिया हमने उसे कंसिडर कर लिया है। नॉर्मली आई थिंक आप सभी लोग भी यही करते थे। आई एम नॉट टॉकिंग अबाउट द प्रेजेंट सिनेरियो। कैन एनीबडी अफर्म दिस?
Yes, yes.
हाँ,
But
हमने भी यही
now we are calling a valuer to the COC meeting.
दैट इज डिफरेंट सर, वो तो अभी अमेंडमेंट आया हम लेके आए। जब अमेंडमेंट के पहले भी जो मैंने भी प्रैक्टिस करी, जो मेरे पार्ट पे सही नहीं था सर, आई
नहीं
री
था।
एडमिट बस, नहीं था
Correct.
ये हमारे पार्ट पे सही, कि हम उनके साथ बैठ के डिस्कस भी नहीं करते थे कि भाई अगर इतना स्क्वायर मीटर या स्क्वायर फीट लैंड है, इतना इसमें से निकल गया, आपने क्या बेस लेके लिया है, लिक्विडेशन वैल्यू क्या आई, फेयर वैल्यू क्या आई, यहाँ पर हम ये चीजें कंसिडर, ठीक है उन्होंने निकाल दिया हमने लेके रख लिया। नाउ इन आर केस, जिसका प्लान अप्रूव हो चुका है, इन आर केस व्हाट हैज हैपेंड कि वैल्यूएशन पे मैटर चला हमारा एनसीएलटी में 4 महीने। हमसे वैल्यूएशन रिपोर्ट मांगी गई इन अ सील्ड एनवलप by the adjudicating authority, because this was a very very complex case that took 3 to 4 years to get it resolved। और उसके बाद वैल्यूएशन को लेके कहीं ये कंटेंशन था कि शायद ये वैल्यूएशन ज्यादा आई है और भी कम आनी चाहिए। अब हमसे पूछा गया बीइंग आरपी, आपने इसमें क्या क्या देखा, तो आई वाज सीरियसली नॉट एबल टू आंसर द डिटेल्स बिकॉज दैट वाज अ mistake on my part कि I have not gone through the entire valuation reports, only the valuation figures were taken care of by me कि ठीक है ये valuation आई है और इसमें ऐसा होना है। और valuation तब तो सीओसी के सामने डिस्क्लोज भी नहीं होती थी unless and until a proper plan was placed। उस पे एनसीएलटी हैज डिस्कस्ड इंक्वायर्ड फ्रॉम अस, हमें उसको लेके एनसीएलटी वाज not very happy with us कि आपको being an RP it is your duty to get into the detail of the valuation। फिर then from there I have learned कि no, it is my duty as well। So इसीलिए मैं आप लोगों को बता रही हूँ, प्लीज गेट इनटू द डिटेल्स ऑफ द वैल्यूएशन। आप वो किसी का भी एसएफए, प्लांट मशीनरी या लैंड एंड बिल्डिंग का करा रहे, यू शुड बी फुल्ली अवेयर कि ये वैल्यूएशन किस बेसिस पे वैल्यूअर ने डिराइव करी है। So that has to be taken care of। Now, coming over to who is an authorized representative, जैसा section 21(6)(a में provide for the appointment of AR for a class of creditor, enumerate the right and duties of AR, represent the collective interest of home buyer in a committee of creditor, act on behalf of home buyer during the CIRP। जैसा अभी सर ने भी हमें बताया था कि ऑब्जर्वर्स भी अपॉइंट हो सकते हैं बिसाइड्स एआर, या एक सेपरेट एआर भी आ सकता है अगर रजिस्ट्री वाले चाहें कि उन्हें भी पता होना चाहिए कि सीओसी में क्या चल रहा है, बिकॉज देयर राइट माइट गेट अफेक्टेड some way somehow, so they can do so। but यहाँ पे कॉस्ट कंस्ट्रेंट बहुत आता है, एज आई प्रीवियसली आस्क्ड टू द आईपीज कि उन्हें वो अपना फी स्ट्रक्चर या सपोर्टिंग फी या आईपीई की फीस कैसे यहाँ से एक्सट्रैक्ट करते हैं इन द मैटर ऑफ होम बायर्स। कोई बताएगा इस पर प्लीज?
Madam, in my case, I had circulated a ready reckoner kind of a sheet
हम्म।
इसमें होम बायर्स का वोटिंग परसेंटेज के हिसाब से
हम्म।
अप टू दैट स्टेज ऑफ द प्रोसेस कितना सीआरपी कॉस्ट ड्यू है उनके पास से, वो
जी।
उनको सर्कुलेट करके थ्रू द एआर दे वर रिक्वेस्टेड सेवरल टाइम्स, and I
हम्म।
think 50 to 60% home buyers were cooperative enough and they
ओके।
contributed the amount. That way,
हम्म।
the running expenses of the CIRP were met.
ग्रेट टू नो।
But
एंड
that
व्हाट
risk
अबाउट द
will,
आईपी?
but that risk is always, the question is always there in their mind, whether eventually the resolution would happen and they will get back their money or not. So that uncertainty always remains, due to which they may not be able to come ahead and contribute. So that challenge is there.
चैलेंज सर, वो तो हम कितने हमारे सारे केसेस में आई एम फेसिंग दिस थिंग कि पैसा ही तो नहीं मिल रहा है, इसलिए मैंने कहा सर हमें कोई रास्ता बता दें कि हाउ कैन आई गेट द मनी, और
आई
इसे
थिंक
कैसे हम
90% आरपीज वही रास्ता ढूंढ रहे हैं अभी।
even now the lawyers started telling us कि यार आप लोग क्या पैसा 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 पैसा, हमको देखो बोले एक केस के हमारा पैसा आ जाता है, एंड और आपके साथ में चैलेंजेस भी कितने रहते हैं। पैसा सीरियसली सर, द फी इज अ मेजर इशू which I was and still I am facing. Even the interim finance, किसी ने interim finance भी कराया है सर? कोई मैटर्स में किया है आपको, किसी ने उसमें को मतलब सपोर्ट किया है interim finance करने में भी?
It was initiated, but eventually could not be raised due to COC's reservations.
ओके 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 ओके। बिकॉज हमारे इसमें सर इंटरिम फाइनेंस तो किया कुछ लोगों ने, लुकिंग इनटू द इंटरेस्ट एलिमेंट, एंड दैट वाज अप्रूव्ड बाय द सीओसी। बट अब वो इंटरिम फाइनेंस भी कब तक सर, अगर इतने प्रोलॉन्ग केसेस चलेंगे तो कितना कोई फाइनेंस करेगा, और वो फीस कैसे अवेल करेंगे? अब सपोर्ट सर्विसेज की है, बिकॉज आपको पता है इसमें इतने ज्यादा लिटिगेशंस खड़े हो जाते हैं, लॉट ऑफ आईएज आर फाइल्ड, उसके लिए आप कब तक अपियर होते रहेंगे? बिकॉज आई मेक इट अ पॉइंट कि मेरे केसेस में मैं खुद ही अपियर होती हूँ इन फ्रंट ऑफ एनसीएलटी, बट यू नीड अ लॉयर एट सम पॉइंट ऑफ टाइम। वो एप्लीकेशंस भी बनाना है, ड्राफ्टिंग करनी है, लॉट ऑफ थिंग्स आर इन्वॉल्व, सो जस्ट स्ट्रगलिंग कि वो पैसा कैसे आएगा। Coming over to responsibilities and functions. Key functions of AR: participate in COC and vote on resolution as per mandate of the homebuyers, convey views and voting preference of homebuyers to the COC, ensure informed participation by seeking instruction and updating homebuyers. Legal duties: maintain compliance with the IBC and related regulation, act as a fiduciary, ensuring transparency and effective communication with homebuyers, protect the interest of the class of creditors represented. Now, कमिंग ओवर टू द वोटिंग, अब सपोज करिए होम बायर्स में होम बायर्स कंस्टिट्यूट ऑफ 54 और 55%, उसमें से 50% हैव वोटेड, 5% हैव नॉट वोटेड और एब्सटेन फ्रॉम वोटिंग। सो व्हाट वुड यू कंसिडर कि होम बायर का कितना परसेंटेज वोटिंग हुई है? इन माय ओपिनियन 100% होम बायर्स की वोटिंग हुई है। आउट ऑफ 54-55%, अगर उनका एंटायर वोटिंग परसेंटेज है, 50% हैव वोटेड, तो कोई भी एआर यही लिखेगा ना कि 100% ऑफ द होम बायर हैव वोटेड इन फेवर। इफ इट इज मोर देन 51%, अगर कोई वोट करता है तो वो 100% में ही कॉन्स्टिट्यूट होता है सर। एम आई राइट और रॉन्ग?
Right.
राइट सर। नाउ इसके ऊपर भी हमारे, इस मैटर को लेके भी हमारे ऊपर एक एप्लीकेशन लग गई, वुड यू बिलीव? और वो लीगल पर्सन कैसे उनको गाइड करते हैं बेचारे लेमैन होम बायर्स को, आई पिटी देम सीरियसली। और वो भी बहकावे में आ जाते, दे आर लाइक, जब हम 5% लोगों ने वोट हाँ किया या एब्सटेन किया, या ना किया और एब्सटेन किया है, तो फिर इन्होंने कैसे लिखा है कि होम बायर्स हैव वोटेड इन फेवर? दिस इज रॉन्ग। सो सच थिंग, सच सच ट्रिवियल इश्यूज एट टाइम्स क्रिएट लॉट ऑफ केओस। आपको उनके रिप्लाई बना के देना और वहां अपियर होना, lot of lot of cost and trouble is involved in this, sir. Now ये जो हमने आपसे डिस्कस किया था अबाउट सेक्शन 58F which explain the term financial debt, जैसा हमने अभी डिस्कस किया। सेक्शन 7 initiation of insolvency. A financial creditor either by itself, jointly, home buyers being FC can file for insolvency proceedings against defaulting real estate developers. अब मैं यही पढ़ रही हूँ, रेलेवेंस टू होम बायर्स वाला लास्ट वाला कॉलम। सीआरपी कैन बी इनिशिएटेड इफ एटलीस्ट 100 allottees or 10% of total allottees, whichever is lower, files the application. Home buyers being numerous and unorganized are represented in the committee through AR, that is 21(6)AB. 25A, ensure that the AR vote and participate on behalf of home buyers and is bound by the majority decision of the class. Section 53, home buyer receive proceeds as unsecured FC, often ranking below the secured lenders in liquidation. अब इनके राइट्स क्या है? Key rights of for home buyers recognized as FC as per IBC Amendment Act. Home buyer deemed as a financial creditors under 58F, that has also been discussed in detail. Right to initiate CIRP, either 100% or 10% of the lottery application is made before the adjudicating authority. Participation in COC through AR. Access to information, right to receive updates on project progress, financial disclosure, right to object and propose, can submit objection or alternative suggestion via AR, voice concern on timeline, valuation, and plan fairness. Claim and distribution rights, eligible to file claim for advance payment or undelivered flat plots, participate in resolution or liquidation proceeds subject to priority waterfall under 53. Now, in our case, the IM was issued after obtaining the confidential undertaking फ्रॉम द एआर की उनको हम एक लिस्ट दे देते, वो हमें एक लिस्ट प्रोवाइड कर देती थी कि इन लोगों ने अपनी कॉन्फिडेंशियलिटी अंडरटेकिंग दी है, अकॉर्डिंगली वी शेयर द आईएम विद द एआर एंड जिनकी अंडरटेकिंग है वे स्पेसिफिकली मेंशन ऑन द मेल कि उन्हें ही आईएम दिया जाए. नाउ इन द मैटर ऑफ होम बायर्स रेगुलर अपडेट्स आते हैं. आईएम तो आपको एक स्पेसिफाइड टाइमलाइन में देना है, उसके बाद भी अगर आपके पास अपडेट्स आए, वुड रिक्वेस्ट ऑल द आरपीज टू शेयर द अडेंडम टू द आईएम विद देम. हमारे मैटर में जैसे रजिस्ट्री हमें इनिशियली बहुत कम मिली, ग्रेजुअली हमें मिलती चली गई रजिस्ट्री थ्रू द रजिस्ट्रार ऑफिस. अकॉर्डिंगली द आईएम गॉट अपडेटेड, क्योंकि क्लेम्स भी लास्ट मोमेंट तक आते हैं टिल द सीओसी प्लान अप्रूवल. इन वन ऑफ द मैटर आई हैव कम अक्रॉस कि किसी आरपी ने बोला, ये बोल के उनके क्लेम एडमिट करने से मना कर दिया टिल द डेट ऑफ आरएफआरपी जो हमारे पास में आएगा तब तक ही हम आपका क्लेम एडमिट करेंगे, बियॉन्ड दैट विल नॉट. सो दिस इज आई वुड नॉट अग्री इन दिस मैटर, क्योंकि एक्ट में लिखा हुआ है टिल द डेट ऑफ प्लान अप्रूवल बाय प्लान इज प्लेस्ड बिफोर द सीओसी पे. जब तक वोटिंग के लिए जाता है ये प्लान, तब तक जो क्लेम्स आए हैं वो आपको एडमिट करने पड़ेंगे. और अगर वो उस टाइम वो अंडर वेरिफिकेशन है, या सपोज करिए आपने सीओसी मीटिंग का नोटिस निकाला है, तब तक आपके पास क्लेम्स आए हैं, उसके एक दो दिन बाद तक भी क्लेम आए, देन इट इज अ ड्यूटी ऑफ आरपी कि वो एसआरए को एक मेल डाल दे कि इस डेट तक हमारे पास ये क्लेम आए हैं और अभी दिस इज अंडर वेरिफिकेशन, या वी आर इन द प्रोसेस ऑफ वेरीफाइंग इट. और जो भी आपका वेरिफिकेशन का आउटकम रहता है दैट शुड बी प्लेस टू द एसआरए, जो भी वोटिंग में, क्योंकि ये जो सीओसी उसे फाइनल कर देगा, जब एक बार जो प्लान आया है उसे अप्रूव कर देगा, उसके बाद ही आप उस तब तक के आपको क्लेम लेना है नोटिस इशू करने तक के सीओसी के, और क्लेम की डिटेल्स फिर आप अकॉर्डिंगली एसआरए को देंगे. आई थिंक वी कैन टेक अ ब्रेक ऑफ 20 minutes. We'll be resuming, it's 11:40. We'll be resuming at 12. Okay?
Okay, ma'am.
Okay,
Okay, ma'am.
thank you.
Thank
Just
you.
a break of 20 minutes. Thank you for patiently hearing. It was so nice. A nice discussion is going. Thank you. Welcome back. I think all are present. Shall we start with the
Yes.
remaining session? Okay.
Yes, madam.
Thank you. Thank you. I hope the session is going in an interesting manner because there is a lot of active participants. Can I get the feedback? Yes, sir. How is the session going up till now?
Very good, ma'am. Very interactive.
Because seriously, this is a very complex matter of home buyers rather than the other cases. Those who have handled this must be knowing or well aware of it. A lot of difficulties are faced, a lot of challenges are there, isn't it? Okay, so continuing with our slide. Is it visible? The site is visible, sir? To all?
Yes, it is visible.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you. Now I think we can come over to the judgment part. The first one is Greater Noida Industrial Development versus Prabjit Singh Soni. So this is a landmark decision of Supreme Court, wherein it is specifically held that what we have discussed, even if the claim submitted by a creditor against the CD is not in a form as specified in the CIP regulation, the same has to be given due consideration by the IRB or RP. नो ऑफेंस बट आईआरपी आरपी का तो क्या पता उन्होंने क्या भगवान समझ लिया है या सब कुछ उन्हें ही पता होना चाहिए। फॉर्म्स भी वो देख लें, बाकी डिटेल्स भी वो देख लें, जितनी आए आए उनको भी कंसिडर कर लें, सारे लीगल डिपार्टमेंट्स जितनी स्टैट्यूटरी डिपार्टमेंट है सबको हैंडल कर लें। ईपीएफ इज अ मेजर कॉन्स्टेंट, आपको भी पता है अभी ईपीएफ कितना ज्यादा हाइपर हो रहा है, कंटिन्यूअसली चेज करता है, कंटिन्यूअसली मीटिंग्स होल्ड करने को बोलता है वो हमें। उनके साथ नहीं हो तो वो सीधे फॉर्म एफए में उनका ऑर्डर आ जाता है, नहीं तो 7Q14B। I don't know, sir. If a claim is submitted by an OC claiming itself as a financial creditor, the claim would have to be accorded due consideration in the category to which it belongs, provided it is verifiable. The use of word a person claiming to be an operational creditor in the opening part of CIF Regulation 7 and the word person claiming to be a financial creditor in Regulation 8 indicate that category in which the claim is submitted is based on own understanding of the claimant. Once the claim was submitted with proof, it could not be overlooked merely because it was in a different form. Previously, we have still that excuse कि ठीक है आप form proper लाइए तब हम आपका claim consider करेंगे. Now we don't have even this excuse. The form in which a claim is to be submitted is directly. इस डायरेक्टरी है, मैंडेटरी नहीं है वो। इसके लिए यहाँ पर ये सुप्रीम कोर्ट का जजमेंट था कि जो फॉर्म अगर कोई और भी आया है, इट इज अ ड्यूटी ऑफ द आरपी कि वो अपने आप अकॉर्डिंगली अगर उसके पेमेंट प्रूफ और सब्सटैंशियल प्रूफ उसे दे चुका है, दैट इज सब्सटैंशिएटेड, वी आर बाउंड टू कंसिडर। If any such shortcoming appears in the plan, it may send the resolution plan back to COC for resubmission after satisfying the parameters so laid down. A court or a tribunal, in absence of any provision to the contrary, has inherent power to recall an order to secure the ends of justice and to prevent abuse of the process of court. Now, what we were discussing about the bank, the case of Axis Bank versus Value Infracom. In our case also, there was a Bank of Baroda whether a bank that has sanctioned housing loan to home buyers purchasing units in a project developed by CD can be considered a secured FC in CD's insolvency proceedings. So the NCLAT over here dismissed Axis Bank's appeal affirming the decision of NCLT. The tribunal held that Axis Bank could not be classified as a secured FC of CD under the IBC. The rationale was that loans were extended to individual home buyer and not directly to the CD. The liability to repay the loan rested with the home buyer and not the CD. The mere existence, so Rakesh sir here inquired कि tripartite agreement होते हैं. So the answer to that is the mere existence of tripartite agreement between Axis Bank, home buyer and CD did not alter the nature of the debt. Furthermore, Axis Bank failed to demonstrate that it held a registered charge over the CD's asset, a requirement to qualify as a secured creditor. Therefore, Axis Bank was not entitled to be included in COC of the CD. So this is also a important case law. Coming over to again Deepak Sakharam Kulkarni versus Manoj Agrawal, RP of DS Kulkarni Developers Limited. Admission of homebuyer claim, whether allotment letter issued by the CD are sufficient to substantiate homebuyer claim as FC. Approval of plan, whether NCLT approval of plan was justified considering the exclusion of certain homebuyer claim. Now, the NCLAT here upheld the NCLT approval of plan but directed the deletion of certain clauses deemed illegal. The tribunal emphasized that CD had acknowledged the RP of the CD had acknowledged the homebuyer payment by issuing allotment letters, making it inappropriate for RP to deny these claims. The NCLAT ordered that excluded homebuyers' claim be admitted and that they be provided with the units as per the plan, aligning with the treatment of other admitted homebuyers. Coming over to Ayush Agarwal versus JP Infratech, whether a homebuyer whose payment are reflected in the accounts of builder who had not filed a claim during the insolvency process retains entitlement to possession of such flat. आप लोगों ने क्या किया है ऐसे केसेस में कि अगर उनका हमें दिख तो रहा है कि बैंक में किसी का पैसा आया है तो क्या हम उसे ले सकते हैं उस पैसे को? Leave this judgment aside for the time being. What treatment you have given?
Disclosed in the information memorandum about such
That
names
is all.
and details.
That is all we can do. Because
Right.
I have also, yes, I have also done the same that in the IM we have disclosed. Now it is entirely up to the SRA what so treatment he or they wants to give it to that effect. So the Supreme Court disposed of the appeals after noting, because इस basis पे भी हम पे बहुत सारी आय लगी थी जिसमें उन्होंने ये बोला था कि आईएम में जब हमारा सॉरी बुक्स में हमारा अमाउंट दिख रहा था तो उन्होंने हमें क्यों नहीं कंसिडर किया. टू दैट आई रिप्लाइड दैट आई वाज नॉट अवेयर वेदर दे आर अनसिक्योर्ड एफसी, whether they are allotting. How do I know? How to tell the वो कितनी बार हमने न्यूज़पेपर एडवर्टाइजमेंट कर दिया, नोटिसेस पेस्ट किए प्रोमाइसेस में, मीटिंग्स हेल्ड करी प्रोमाइसेस में, none of them turned up at that point of time. After the plan approval now they are coming out of the blue कि नहीं हमारा क्लेम तो लेना चाहिए था, आरपी ने ऐसा किया, आरपी has not done a justifiable job और ये plan should be recalled in that matter. So in that matter the court held that कि okay आपका अगर IM में स्पेसिफाइड है now SRA जो भी ट्रीटमेंट देगा वो आपको एक्सेप्ट करना पड़ेगा, right? So the Supreme Court disposed of the appeal after noting the submission of Suraksha Realty, that is the RA. It had re-examined the matter. Suraksha Realty stated that homebuyer who had paid more than 80% of demand notice, or of the demand, sorry, approximately 538 in number, would be given an option to approach them for allotment of flat within 30 days. In such cases, the homebuyer would be treated on par with other claimants. Additionally, if any homebuyer sought a refund as per the plan, the refund would be issued regardless of whether the claim was made or not. The court clarified that Ayush Agarwal and other homebuyer who had paid 80% or more of the demand could simply write a letter to Suraksha Realty indicating their choice. The court also stated that observation made in this order would not be treated as finding recorded by order on offer made by Suraksha Realty. Coming over to next case, Piramal Capital and Housing Finance versus Hydric Infra. Maintainability of Section 7 against CD. NCLAT overruled its earlier decision in Dr. Vishnu Kumar Agarwal versus Piramal Enterprises and held that FC is entitled to initiate CIRP against both CD and its corporate guarantor simultaneously, provided the debt is the same. The decision aligns with the Supreme Court ruling in Lakshmi Surana versus Union of India, which clarified that liability of corporate guarantor is coextensive with that of the principal borrower. The NCLAT remanded the matter back to adjudicating authority to reconsider the application against the corporate guarantor in light of the revised legal position. इस तरह का कोई केस आया है? Any of the IP have come across such case with respect to the corporate debtor and the corporate guarantor for the same debt? Because I have not come across. So if that can be discussed, the other IPs can also be benefited along with me.
I think the FC can also decide to proceed first against the guarantor and maybe then against the corporate debtor.
That
because
that is
because
true
if
with
they
the help
see,
of his judgment.
yes,
Ji,
yes. Hmm.
correct. Important case again, because I have quoted this case law in my many of the replies. RPS Infra Limited versus Mukul Kumar. Admissibility of belated claim post resolution plan approval. Whether a claim arising from an arbitral award can be admitted after the COC has approved the plan. Effect of public announcement on knowledge of CIRP. Whether the applicant claim is admissible despite the public announcement of CIRP which constitutes deemed knowledge. The Supreme Court dismissed the appeal, upholding the NCLAT decision. Court emphasized that admitting belated claim post COC approval could derail the CIRP process, rendering it interminable. The court noted that appellant, a commercial entity, had deemed knowledge of the CIRP through public announcement and could not claim ignorance. The court also highlighted that plan was binding on all stakeholders, including late claimants. However, court clarified that the appellant's right to enforce the arbitral award against the CD asset outside the plan remained unaffected. In many of my cases where the plan is already approved, at least more than 30 applications have been filed that this is a belated claim, and the RP has not detailed it in the IM because I was not clear. The amount has been specified, or whether it is unsecured FC part or the allotee part. How do I know? Despite repeated reminders, if they have not filed any claim, so I have to take the support of this RPS Infrastructure Limited case law. This helped me a lot. And still they went, if it is dismissed in the NCLT, then they went to the NCLAT. And from there also it is about, the matter is, I think, is still sub judice and would be on this case law basis, would be dismissed. Let's see. This is Hrithik Roshan versus Chaya Gupta. This is again an interesting case. Hrithik Roshan entered into MOU with JSM Devcons Private Limited on October 28, 2015 for purchase of 5 flats in Pinnacle D Dreams project located in Indore. Total investment was 5 crore 54 lakh 13,000, which was paid via RTG. So I could see that amount is received. I treated him as unsecured creditor. One more interesting story I'll be telling you over here after I'll read the entire case. The MOU stipulated that in case of default by the promoter, the investor had a right to get the flat registered in his name. So the sole motto was not as an allotee or not as a purchaser of flats. Judgment was NCLT gave. The NCLT Indore bench, after reviewing the documents and submissions, concluded that Hrithik Roshan's claim was correctly filed as an unsecured FC in Form C. MOU and subsequent letter did not establish a direct home buyer relationship but indicated a business advance. The RP acted appropriately in rejecting the recategorization request. Therefore, the tribunal upheld the original classification of the claim. Now, I will tell you what has happened in this. Hrithik Roshan is that film actor. He came over here for the promotion of this entire project. Hrithik Roshan, Varun Dhawan, many other, Raza Murad, and one more, Shweta. Some Shweta was also there. I'm not remembering her surname. She was also a film actress. They all came for film promotion, for which they were about to pay this much of the amount, and then they have paid this amount rather for a different project. The project, one of the CD's project was in Goa also. So for that Goa project, they have given this much of amount. From the other sources, I could locate that, okay, they have paid this amount for some other project. वो उनका project बन के आया ही नहीं, इसलिए उन्होंने यहाँ पे वो claim कर दिया. अब हमें दिख रहा है बुक्स में पैसा इतना आया है. बुक्स में पैसा इतना आया है, अगेंस्ट विच उन्होंने खुद ही फॉर्म सी भरा. फॉर्म सी उन्होंने ही भरा उस बेसिस पे कि हम अनसिक्योर्ड एफसी है और इतना हमारा पैसा है. लेटर ऑन जब, अच्छा, फॉर्म सी में थे जब तक प्लान का अप्रूवल होने वाला था, प्लान पे वोटिंग हो रही थी. एट दैट टाइम दे वोटेड. अच्छा, जितना उसमें लिखा हुआ था कि असेंटिंग क्रेडिटर्स को इतना परसेंटेज मिलेगा, डिसेंटिंग क्रेडिटर्स को इतना परसेंट मिलेगा, राइट? दे अग्री टू इट. उन्होंने क्या किया, उस प्लान को डिसेंट कर दिया. प्लान को डिसेंड करेंगे तो आपको उसमें इतना ही परसेंट मिलेगा, वो एक स्पेसिफिक वो प्लान में लिखा हुआ था. Later on, they realized that had it been the scenario, if we would have assented the plan, हमें इतना मिल जाता, So later on, when they filed an application against this, their legal counsel contended that नहीं हमने गलती से form C we have filed. It should be a form CA. Our client was not well educated. Mr. Rajesh Roshan जो ऋतिक रोशन सर के फादर हैं, he is 8th पास और उन्हें इतना पता नहीं था और इस वजह से उन्होंने गलती से वो प्लान पे डिसेंट कर दिया क्योंकि प्लान डिसेंटिंग में बहुत कम उन्हें परसेंटेज मिलने वाला था. Then they claimed that हम तो अलॉटी है यहाँ पर और ये फॉर्म सीए होना चाहिए था और मैडम ने इसमें ध्यान नहीं दिया. हमने उन्हें आफ्टर these all things have happened after the approval of plan. Now such things happen कि या तो जो आपके क्लेमेंट हो they should be well versed, well educated of the fact कि वो किस में कर रहे हैं, डिसेंट कर रहे हैं, असेंट कर रहे हैं, कौन सी कैटेगरी में वो अपना फॉर्म भर रहे हैं या वो किस कैटेगरी में फर्दर आना चाह रहे हैं. वो मीटिंग में भी उनके लॉयर भी मीटिंग में प्रेजेंट हुए थे. ऐसा भी नहीं कि उनके लॉयर मीटिंग में नहीं रहते थे सीओसी मीटिंग में. सो लॉट ऑफ थिंग्स हैव हैपेंड. वी हैव फाइल्ड आवर रिप्लाई. एनसीएलटी वाज काइंड इनफ कि हमारे फेवर में ये जजमेंट हुआ. Now, Ashoka High-Tech Builders versus Sanjay Kundra. So this was our matter, as I told you कि initially हमारा जो JSM Devcon था, जिसमें JSM Devcon was a developer and Ashoka High-Tech was a landowner. So whether landowner should be treated as a financial creditor, whether a landowner in a development agreement who is entitled to a share of constructed area but not disbursed any amount for the time value of money, जैसा हमने 5.8 में पढ़ा है time value of money 5.8F में, qualifies as a financial creditor under section 5.8 of IBC. The NCLAT upheld the decision of adjudicating authority stating no disbursement for time value of money. The appellant did not make any payment or disbursement for the time value of money, a fundamental requirement for the financial debt. Under 5.8, collaborator, the appellant role was that of a collaborator in the development and not as a financial creditor. So this is also a very important case law. Coming over to now Ghanshyam Mishra and Sons. Seriously, these all cases I have selected especially for today's discussion because these all are variety of cases over here which could help in the matter of home buyer to quote either while filing an application or filing any of the reply to it. Whether any creditor, including central government, state government, and local authority, are bound by the resolution plan once it is approved. Whether the 2019 amendment to section 31(1) is clarificatory, declaratory, or substantive in nature. It is binding nature. Once a plan is duly approved by the adjudicating authority, the claim as provided in the plan shall stand frozen and will be binding on the CD and its employees, members, creditor, including the CG, SG, or any local authority, guarantor, and other stakeholders. Extinguishment of unapproved claim. All claims not part of a plan shall stand extinguished, and no person will be entitled to initiate or continue any proceeding in respect of a claim not part of a plan. Clarificatory nature of 2019 amendment of section 31 is clarificatory and declaratory in nature and therefore applies retrospectively from the date IBC came into effect. This is a very important line. Not prospectively, rather it applies retrospectively from the date of IBC coming into the effect. Coming over another case law, Arvind Pradhan Bhanushali versus Chaya Gupta, RP of JSM Devcon. The issue addressed was that RP is obligated to include in list of creditors the name of home buyers who made payments appearing in bank statement but did not formally file claim as stipulated in the IBC regulation. What the judgment came in our favor is RP's responsibility. RP is not required to infer the nature of payment from bank statement and include individual as creditor if they have not submitted formal claims. Regulatory compliance, RP action must align with IBC, which mandate that creditor must submit claim within a specified period to be recognized in the process. Home buyer responsibility, home buyer who failed to file claim within the prescribed timeline cannot be included in the list of creditors solely based on the payment records. One more case. Miss Vibha Sharma and Geetika Khandan. I'll tell you the detail of what has happened in this case. Whether the claim of applicant homebuyers are admissible in the CIRP despite the payment being made entirely in cash. Whether the letter dated 21/4/2015 issued by CD acknowledging full payment is sufficient proof for claim admission. Whether the RP act arbitrarily in rejecting the claim for lack of supporting documents. The appellant relied primarily on the letter from the CD dated 21/4/15 and claimed full payment was made in cash for allotted flats. Supporting documents such as allotment, possession letter were submitted. However, no banking transaction, withdrawal record, or corroborative evidence were placed on record. RP submitted that books of account of CD were unavailable and no verifiable financial statement were provided by the applicants. The tribunal observed that cash payment in absence of corresponding bank record or credible documentation could not be considered sufficient proof under the CRP framework. It was held that RP's decision to reject the claim was reasonable and based on lack of admissible evidence. Now, I was personally present in the court. The application was filed stating that we have made the entire payment. We received a NOC. How can a person receive a no objection certificate when the entire project is not complete? First and foremost question. He even produced the occupation certificate as well. How can, when the project is not complete, a occupation certificate be issued by the CD? So these are several dubious documents which we have to look into. And after going through it, we discussed in the court that, okay, if he is saying that he have given the cash, we are ready to admit it, provided he submit the income tax returns. We get a letter from the income tax department because previously also we mailed them and asked for the income tax details, which he was not able to produce to us. So in the court, that claimant was also standing. His two daughters, Gitika Khandal and Vibha Sharma, के नाम पे इनके दो फ्लैट्स थे और इन्हें अथॉरिटी दी थी बिकॉज विभा शर्मा एंड गीतिका खंडाल यूज टू स्टे आउटसाइड इंडिया. सो उनका ये कहना था कि उन्होंने मुझे कैश दिया और उस बेसिस पे मैंने किया. Court's contention was, how can a person residing outside India can give you a cash to purchase a flat? कुछ तो आपके ट्रांजैक्शन हुआ होगा. He or she is an NRI. कैसे किया आप लोगों ने ट्रांजैक्शन बिना बैंक स्टेटमेंट के? So at that time, when the court insisted, okay, then you submit the income tax. नहीं नहीं वो income tax से तो हमारे रिकॉर्ड ही नहीं है और आप यहाँ कर दीजिए reject. We'll go to NCLAT. So the matter is sub judice in NCLAT. Let's see what happens in NCLAT. But we have substantive proof details that no such amount has been ever booked in the accounts of the CD. So such details also should be looked into in a very serious nature. Now, if you want to discuss certain other details, the forum is open for discussion or your doubts. Might be possible I can also learn something or the other from this. Anybody over here? I think I have tried to cover all the possible challenges and what could be the recourse through which we can save our skin being an RP. But we have to be very vigilant every now and then with respect to the documents, with respect to their legality. This is my purview on this. If any person differ in this or want to add on to this, they are most welcome.
Ma'am, just one question.
Yes, sir.
Normally, how do you deal with the claims of the landowners, if any?
लैंड ओनर का अगर कोई क्लेम हमारे पास आया है तो दैट हैज नॉट टू बी टेकन केयर ऑफ सर, क्योंकि वो लैंड ओनर है और वो ओसी की कैटेगरी में जाएंगे सर. हमने
Okay,
ओसी की
so
कैटेगरी में ही उन्हें रखा था. अशोका हाईटेक का जो मैटर था हमारा,
okay.
तो दे आर ऑपरेशनल क्रेडिटर. क्योंकि अगर कहें तो उनके बीच में इंटरनल अग्रीमेंट हुआ है कि उन्होंने लैंड दी, उसके अगेंस्ट में कुछ फ्लैट्स उन्होंने रखे थे. हाँ, वन मोर थिंग. Thank you for asking this question, sir. Ashoka Hightech ने अपनी there was a ratio deal between JSM Devcon and Ashoka Hightech. I'll be giving you the land, you develop the entire buildings on it, and इतना परसेंटेज के फ्लैट्स हमारे रहेंगे उसमें. इसमें भी हमें बहुत प्रॉब्लम आई थी सर. अशोका हाईटेक की एक सेपरेट सीआरपी चल रही थी. द आरपी वॉज डिफरेंट. ऑल्दो द कोर्ट रिक्वेस्टेड द अशोका हाईटेक की आरपी आप सेम रखिए, इधर अशोका हाईटेक के आरपी को ही इसमें रखिए या फिर जीएसएम के आरपी को आप अशोका हाईटेक में रखिए. वट एवर माइट बी देयर लुक आउट, बट अब उनके भी उनमें फ्लैट थे, पोजेशन लेने का टाइम आया, चूंकि जेएसएम डेवकॉन की सीआईआरपी पहले इनिशिएट हुई थी, वी टुक द एंटायर पोजीशन। दे क्लेम्ड कि अब इतने फ्लैट्स का हमें पोजीशन लेना है, मैंने दैट इज नॉट पॉसिबल, moratorium is going on, you cannot per se seek the position of the remaining flats। बोले अगर उसमें कल को फिर कुछ भी theft हुआ, कुछ हुआ, तो that will be your responsibility। So these were the challenges, but land owner should be kept in the category of OC, sir, that is very clear।
What I have been doing is, again, I may be wrong also. I have been keeping the landowner in the category of other creditors, and whatever amount they have claimed, I just admit an amount of 1 rupee, putting
अच्छा,
all the
as a contingent liability।
as a contingent liability.
हाँ,
1 rupee I admit, include them in the list of creditors, include all the agreements in the BDR and everything. So that is what I normally do. But
okay,
yes, there is no clear this guideline on is to be done.
very true, very true, so there is no clear guideline, but in which form they have filed their claim?
They had filed their claim in Form C. So
Definitely they will file in Form C। So then have you told them to file it in a different
yes,
form
yes, I
where the
had
claim?
intimated this to them, but उनका कोई form revised वाला आया नहीं था. But still, I went ahead and put it in the other category, other creators category,
So have
and
they objected
intimated
to it?
this to them. No, there was
Have
no
they
objection
objected?
as such. No, no.
Because you know this case law will help you a lot, you go through this case law of Ashoka Hitech, because I
Yes.
think हमारे ये 2 केसेस में इतने ज्यादा कॉम्प्लेक्सिटी है, वो सेकंड वाला मैटर मैं आपसे बहुत ज्यादा डिटेल में डिस्कस इसलिए नहीं कर पा रही हूँ, बिकॉज द मैटर इज नॉट अटेंड द फाइनलिटी। अगर वो
Okay.
प्लान आके अप्रूव हो चुका होता तो उसका भी मैं आपसे बहुत सारी चीजें उसमें भी डिस्कस कर सकती थी, उसमें भी बहुत सारा मटेरियल है जो मुझे शेयर करना था, डिस्कस करना था, बट ड्यू टू दिस कंस्ट्रेंट अभी नहीं कर पा रही हूँ सर इसमें मैं।
Right.
तो ये आपने अदर क्रेडिटर की कैटेगरी में रखा है, आपने उन्हें मेल केस क्या डाला सर कि अदर क्रेडिटर की कैटेगरी में क्यों रख रहे हैं आप, एंड
नहीं,
नॉट
वो
इन?
नहीं, रीजंस जो मैंने दिया था उसमें ये था कि एज पर द एग्रीमेंट जो कॉज ऑफ एक्शन था वो ड्यू नहीं था, जो
ओके
2027 तक कॉर्पोरेट डेटर को पोजीशन देना था यूनिट्स का. दैट वाज वन
ओके।
रीजन. Other one was there was no direct payment made by you to the corporate debtor, and reply on those lines.
ओके ओके।
And
अभी उनका कोई
mail करने से
ऑब्जेक्शन?
पहले I was in touch with them. I had done 3-4 meetings with them. So more or less वो उनके साथ एक ये बन गया. Yes, yes,
कन्विंस्ड है। हाँ, तो अब
yes.
एक्चुअली हमारे साथ में क्या हुआ ना, हमारी कोई मीटिंग नहीं हुई, कुछ नहीं हुआ, जो भी हुआ मेल पर ही हुआ, तो थोड़े ऑफेंडेड भी फील कर रहे थे वो, ये भी सही है सर। अब अनलेस एंड अंटिल यू गेट डीप इनटू इट देन यू कम टू नो कि ओके हाउ टू डील सच मैटर्स। अब हमें समझ में आने लग गया कि ये मैटर्स को में कैसे डील कर सकते हैं सर। थैंक यू।
Madam, I
एनी
have seen one
क्वेरी?
case in your name. Your RP in that case, madam. I have
Which
in
company?
previous one in PPT.
Yes,
Your
yes,
name was
yes.
there.
Yes, yes, yes. Yes,
What
sir.
was the case, madam? That you completed that
Yes, that is completed, sir. The plan is approved
approved.
last year itself. Yeah, that is done, sir. The plan is approved, and still, since I am functions officio now, so even if they file in my name, so I have to appear before the court and just request that I am a functions officio. The matter has been taken up, and the entire handover has been done to the SRA. So he is looking into the matter, but
Madam,
they
how
still
much time you
mail me
have
a copy.
taken, madam? How much time you have taken for that case?
Sir, this was rather a very complex case, but because of I was really grateful to the NCLT that because of them I could get it resolved very soon, and the COC was also very much cooperative. Uh, I got this case in November 22 and get it resolved in 24. Prior to me, someone else was an IRP, and later, as I told you, I was made the RP by the COC, sir.
Okay, madam. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Any other query?
No, madam, this is Purnima here, Purnima Shetty. I have not
Yes, madam.
I have not handled any home-related cases. So thank you for this interactive session. I got to learn many things about this home buyers cases specifically. I do not have any queries because I have not handled as such, but I have general queries. Now, you said that information memorandum should be very comprehensive one for the successful resolution applicant. My query is, like, you get such a short period of time. the RP gets such a short period of time. The promoters are absconding, the accounts are not up to date, the tally may be tampered with, there are many issues. So how do you make an information memorandum a comprehensive one for the SRA?
But correct. Madam very correctly said. I have, that's why intimated in my this webinar itself in between that as and when you get the information, you kindly mail the updated IM or addendum to an IM to the COC members who have given the confidentiality undertaking.
Yeah,
Because I totally agree कि in 95 days IM आपको issue करना है. इतना गैदर ही नहीं होती हमारे पास इंफॉर्मेशन, हो ही नहीं पाती है. बट टिल द टाइम द प्लान कम्स अप यू हैव दैट टाइमलाइन की ओके, और उन्हें इंटीमेट भी कर दीजिए since the CD is absconding, we could not gather the entire data. तो as in when the information will be coming to us, definitely it will be shared. इसी वजह से मैडम हमने वैल्यूएशन भी जो करवाई थी हमारे मैटर की, उसकी वैल्यूएशन भी हमने 2 बार करवाई है, इंटीमेटिंग द सीओसी दैट अभी जो हमने वैल्यूएशन करवाई इसके बाद और हमें मिला है कि रजिस्ट्रियां और हुई हैं, उसे एक्सक्लूड करना पड़ेगा, तो वैल्यूएशन में वेरी. सो सच इंफॉर्मेशन या कोई और रेलिवेंट इंफॉर्मेशन शुड डेफिनेटली बी अपडेटेड इन द अडेंडम टू आईएम थ्रू अडेंडम टू आईएम.
I agree to it, and that is there in the rules also that we have to keep it updated. So it's a very dynamic document. That's understandable.
That is very important.
In an other case, because I'm asking this question because there is a litigation going on for the information memorandum. Okay, where the resolution plan has been approved by the COC, SRA has done, but the RA who was not who was not voted upon by the COC. Now he's saying that the information memorandum itself is incomplete. So how we are supposed to give this plan? And since this SRA is given on an incomplete information, they might be hands in gloves with the COC kind of thing. Okay. So that was my query for in that respect for the IM.
But GSM DevCon's case, people keep on still filing the application. RP has not done her job properly. IM is not at all complete. Let them say once the plan is approved, there is a Supreme Court judgment. Once the plan is approved by the adjudicating authority, no further claims would be considered. So let the application be filed. You can take the case law's help and you can file your reply.
Yeah, and these are my other queries from my other friends who have actually bought a home in such cases of home buyers case. Okay, I wanted a few queries from myself, like what about the earnest money deposit? I mean, people who have not bought the flat, who have not been allotted the allotment letter itself, and they have just, so where do they stand as a claimant?
No, then they have only deposited, you say 1 lakh, 2 lakh as a token amount, you are saying, right?
Yes,
right?
Yes.
And whether they have received any allotment letter with respect to this?
No.
So then it is entirely up to the SRA how they will be making a treatment. You just write in your IM, this is the initial amount or a token amount that has been received, and that is highlighted in the bank account of the CD as well. That is credited in the bank account of the CD. Now it is up to the SRA where they want to pay them. देखिए मैडम, पहले तो ना allotment हुआ है ना कुछ हुआ है, तो you can treat them as an unsecured FC also in this category. In this matter, madam, then how can you say कि ये allotee ही है? Allotee होते तो उनके पास allotment letter should be there, right?
I think such arrangements are also called as EOIs. EOI in real estate cases. By just paying a nominal token amount.
Yes.
That is also there. So better than you treat them as an unsecured FC, mail them, inquire from them for the entire details. If they could not produce, then you can keep it into the category definitely of unsecured FC, ma'am. As per my view.
But this is, as I said, I have not handled any home buyers case. This is the queries that I received from my other friends who have invested in such projects. Okay. So yes, I also want to know, does an individual allottee have a right to seek a resolution plan and go through it, review it? I mean, if his authorized representative is not corporate.
Madam, here the thing is that in our cases, what we did, it is entirely up to the COC. जब आप RFRP और evaluation metrics का लेके, जब आप initially EOI लेके जाते हैं, eligible criteria discuss करते हैं meeting में, that is up to the COC. You can only place your options to them कि कंपनीज आना चाह रही है, पार्टनरशिप फर्म, एलएलपी आना चाह रही है, उसमें ईएमडी कितनी रखना चाह रहे हो. इट इज टोटली आप अपना एक पूरा चार्ट प्रिपेयर करते हैं. देन यू डिस्कस विद देम वेदर अ सिंगल पर्सन कैन बी can come as a PRA or you want an association of person to come as a PRA.
Madam, my question is different. I'm asking, the resolution plan has been approved by the COC. Now an allottee wants to see that resolution plan. He wants to see the resolution plan which has been approved by the COC. Does he have a right to see the resolution plan?
Definitely, he has a right to see the plan after giving the confidentiality undertaking. उन्हें plan देखिए, plan तो आपको सबके सामने put up करना पड़ेगा ना मैडम. पर अब वो अप्रूव हो चुका है, right? You are saying the plan is approved by COC, not yet approved
by NCLT.
by the adjudicating authority. Still he has a right. अब COC से approved हो चुका है, तो he can ask the AR कि आप मेरे साथ plan share करिए. It is a duty of AR rather to share that plan.
But AR is not cooperative enough in that case.
Then he can file the application.
Then he can file the application with the RP directly.
File the application and get that plan. That is his right. His or her right.
Thank you so much, madam.
Thank you. Thank you. Any further query or discussions we can take up? So I think I have tried to do justice to today's topic, covering almost all the details which I have faced or not faced as of now. But what could be the challenges, the difficulties faced by we being as IPs, and the possible solutions, and the case laws has been also discussed at length. So with this, I think we can end for our today's session. Thank you for so patient hearing and such an interactive session it was. It was a very nice experience for me as well, and hope to have further more sessions on different topics. And I have heard few of the people appearing over here in different session. Thank you for your insightful sessions. And with this, have a great day ahead. Thank you once again, everyone.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Chaya.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Anyone from institute side there? Request the moderator please update when we are having the next session.
I think the next session is from 2 o'clock.
The next session will start at 2 p.m.
Yeah.
Okay, ma'am.
Thank you,
Thank
ma'am.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for such a good and interactive session.
Chaya ma'am, you're on mute.
I'm also sorry. Sorry. Thank you, Anjali ma'am, for giving me this opportunity to take up this session and to interact with such dignitaries. And it was really a wonderful session today. Have a great day, all of you ahead. Thanks.
Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, you are requested to please kindly share your presentation.
Definitely, that would be shared. I'll be sharing you on mail. Then accordingly, you can share it further, ma'am.
Sure.
Okay. Thank you. Shall I mark my presence as well, madam, with my IP number?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Thank you. And for further session 2 to 5, I'll be there, ma'am. Thank
Okay,
you.
ma'am.
Thank you.
Ashish sir, shall we start?
Yes, sure. Please start.
Good afternoon, everyone. Now the session will be taken by Ashish Rathi sir on the topic risk management by IPs. Ashish Rathi sir is founder of Contemporary Advisors, a boutique consulting firm based in BKC, Mumbai, with a focus on mid-market MA, insolvency, stressed asset advisory, turnaround strategy, and fundraising. Sir is IP Chartered Accountant and MBA from Indian School of Business, Hyderabad. He has experience of work of more over than 20 years and has worked in the industry in banking with ICICI and Kotak and with consulting firms like BDO and Majaz. He has handled several insolvency cases as a RP liquidator and as an advisor in many of mandates having debt size of over rupees 1000 crores. Currently, he functioned as the RP of Chess thermal power plant with debt size of approx 2500 crores and successfully turned around the operations of company, generating over 600 crores in cash, which played a key role in 100% recovery to all creditors, both financial and operational creditors. Now I request Ashish sir to please start his session.
Thank you, Anjali, for the kind introduction. Can you please confirm if you are able to hear me clearly?
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much. Welcome everybody to this session. So we'll start with this session of risk management by insolvency professionals. And I think this is one of the key things for an insolvency professional who faces a myriad of risks from all corners. So let's go ahead to the this is how we'll be structuring the presentation for today. So I'll be speaking for say about 1 hour, 1 hour, 1.5 hours, and then would request that all the participants participate in the discussion and share their experiences as well in terms of what challenges they faced and what they think are the best practices, certain instances which they may have faced, and so we can have a discussion for half an hour and learn from each other's experiences. So let's start with the code of conduct for insolvency professionals. This is something which is known to all. This is the broad framework within which an insolvency professional is expected to function. Certain points, they are common across all professions. However, the challenges that an insolvency professional faces are much higher. So I'll just touch upon the key things which are there. So integrity, objectivity, independence, since an insolvency professional represents a wide body of stakeholders, he is expected to be a neutral party and operate with integrity and objectivity, independence, and he has to be seen doing things in a very impartial manner. uh, Disclosure has to be proper. Yeah, of course, he's expected to be professionally competent, and he has to keep himself updated of all the laws and the changes that are happening on a regular basis. Yeah, that's good. While the duties of the RP are laid down under IBC, and there's a lot of things, the lot of things which the RP is supposed to cover. These are the broad. This is the broad framework. In terms of information and record keeping, also he has to be up to date, and he has to cooperate with all the stakeholders and the regulators. All the information has to be maintained in a confidential manner. It has to go to only the people who are supposed to access that information. he cannot be seen as having any conflict of interest, and hence there are restrictions on the employment. If he is pursuing an assignment, he cannot be employed anywhere, and he is expected to handle only he has to manage his workload and take as many assignments as he can handle and give them due attention. On the fee part, this probably is the most sensitive part for all the IPs. An IP is supposed to charge fees which is reasonable in a transparent manner, and the fees has to be approved. Reasonable is something which would differ from a person to person's assessment. And as IPs, we always feel that we are underpaid. However, the stakeholders at times take a very different view. In terms of accepting gifts or hospitality, he shouldn't be seen as taking anything or any favors which would undermine his independence, and it should not act as an inducement for taking any favors for work. So we have seen this is the broad framework within which the IP is expected. So he is supposed to be an ideal person in terms of his professional competence as well as in terms of the manner. Now, there's a famous iconic quote of Spider-Man saying that with great responsibility, with great power comes great responsibility. However, I think in case of IP, we can add that with great responsibility comes even a greater risk, and hence the need to manage that risk very effectively. What is the risk for an IP? Says these are certain touch points. So when the insolvency professional when he needs to manage the process, there are several steps in that. So I have touched upon some of these steps where he would be exposed to risks. When he has to take control and custody of the asset, or when he is collating the claims, constitution of committee of creditors, or when he is supposed to maintain the entity as a going concern, which remains the fundamental thing. Next step would be invitation of the resolution plans, floating, starting with the IM, and then expression of interest, getting the plans, evaluating it. And one additional responsibility cast upon the RP is to see to it that the amounts which have wrongly gone out of the company, they come back into the company. And so he has to pursue the avoidance transactions, as we know, as PUFE transactions. And it goes without saying that the RP has to comply with all the guidelines of the IPA and the IBBI, and also the company compliances as well. So since the RP is supposed to do so many things, so one is on the process part, the CRP process that he runs, and other is on managing the company. So on both the fronts, he is exposed to several risks, and hence he has to manage that in a very efficient manner, or at least make an effort to, even after making the effort, not all risks would be eliminated. However, the endeavor has to be towards containing all these risks. Now, so on the risk landscape, let's say IP is exposed to financial risk, reputational risk, operational risk arising from the company operations, legal and compliance risk, and decision making or judgment risk. There would be more risks. However, I've just bracketed them into about 5 risks which are key. On the financial part, we are aware, many of us have faced this challenge that our remuneration is delayed beyond a reasonable period. And sometimes the fee may become unrecoverable. We may have agreed upon certain fee with the financial creditor. Courts may hold, or the regulator holds that that is not reasonable, and there have been certain instances that that is struck down. Reputational risk would arise in case of any adverse finding or adverse remark of any regulator or adjudicating authority or any of the stakeholders taking recourse of the courts or approaching the regulator, any adverse thing being published in the newspaper that would harm the standing of the professional. It said that, as I said, Caesar's wife has to be above all suspicion. However, in and IP is also supposed to be above all suspicion. However, the rule is such that you would always be under the lens and you would always be under suspicion. The operational risk arises from managing the day-to-day operations of the company and taking various decisions, several decisions related to the purchase, sale, appointment of professionals, running the unit. So there would be maybe a dozen or more decisions that you will take probably on a daily basis. Legal compliance risk would arise from the steps in the insolvency process and whether you are following that as per the guidelines which have been prescribed. So these would basically be the defined guidelines which you whether you are fulfilling that or not and risk arising out of that. There would be instances where you have to use a judgment, and there would be several such instances. So, certain things which are not defined, so it would be a judgment call. So, whether whom I appoint, whether I start the unit or not, whom do I give a contract, whom do I sell to, all these would be judgment calls. And you may have limited funds, so how do you allocate that? All these things, there is no right or wrong. You will have to take a judgment basis the situation. So, but you may have taken a decision with a very good intention, but later on that may not result, or it may later on be called as a judgment which is not resulted into a benefit to the corporate debtor or to the stakeholders. Then the RP faces the challenge of being pulled up for that decision. So later on, we'll go into certain best practices also where the RP can try to minimize this risk. Now, certain sources of risk which we probably already covered. There's a company level reality. So when you step into the company, start managing the operations of the company, it's very likely that you will inherit something which is not in the best of the shape. If it were in the best of the shape, probably it wouldn't have undergone insolvency process. However, the responsibility of managing all the compliances and then complying with all the laws is upon the RP. So that is something which becomes a source of a risk. CRP related process risks are there, which we spoke of. Judgment calls also RP has to take, which also we spoke. And then there is a payment and funding delays, not only for the RP's fees, even other CRP costs. At times there is a delay when the COC does not fund, or there are multiple stakeholders. So one of them funds their portion, some others do not, and probably one looks at the other for them to fund, then the other will fund. So there are several challenges. And then there could be external challenges, like you face some scrutiny from the pollution control board or some other regulatory authority who would, so environmental authority or any other authority would come in, and they would probably give you a notice for stopping the production. So all these risks are something which the RP has to, or an insolvency professional would have to juggle and manage. Now let's go into each point in depth. So, company level risk, what are the root causes, what are the triggers, and what risk mitigation could be taken. These are just suggestive things, and the risk and the mitigation factors would depend on a case to case basis, depending upon the complexity of the assignment on hand, the corporate debtor, the financial creditors, how the promoter is behaving. All those factors would come into play. So you could face risk from your critical vendors who may not want to supply the goods unless their past dues are cleared. And while the law is very well settled on this aspect that you cannot pay for the past dues, it would be a breach of moratorium. However, we have seen instances where vendors would say that we don't really care about the whatever law is there. We need to be paid first, otherwise we'll not do our job, or we will not supply you goods. Or if it's an OEM, they may not help in setting up of the machinery or doing their part of the contract work. This may result in a halt in the production, and if you make the payment, then you could be pulled up for a breach of moratorium, as has happened in some cases. And NCLT as well as IBBI has pulled up certain RPs and levied penalties on them for breaching the moratorium. Employee unrest, wage backlog, that may also create an atmosphere of non-cooperation. Anybody who has not been paid for several months would be very unwilling to work, or and would not extend the necessary cooperation. This is for general people, not for IPs. IP is supposed to keep on working without remuneration also. That's the expectation. But yeah. So how do you address that? I think the best thing to do is to set the expectations right with the employees. Give them a clear picture. So I'm talking about, let's say, when there are employees in the company, it's a large unit, you need the employees to work along with you. You have to make the payment to them for future dues. You will have to tell them very clearly that I can't make payment for the past dues. I'm bound by the law, and which all of us have to respect. And but the future salaries should come on time, and unless that happens, or at least the funding plan is put into place, that communication goes to the employees. They have to trust you to be and to be able to give you their best. Inadequate asset registers, you may not be able to lay a finger on what are the assets. This is one of the primary responsibilities of taking control and custody. The books may show a certain figure, and the actual situation on the ground may be very different. A good practice would be to have appoint an expert to conduct the valuation and bring it in line with the books of accounts, or reconcile, at least reconcile the discrepancies, and then take it to the stakeholders, telling them that the book shows such and such figure and the actual number is such and such. uh, Insurance remains a very critical aspect, and probably ignored because of lack of funds. But this can cause a great damage to the value. There have been instances where the plant and machinery was underinsured. So what happens is, if there is underinsurance, yeah, in case of loss, you will be paid only a proportionate value. Let's say the plant is worth 200, I insure it for 100 only. Even there is a loss of 80 rupees, I'll not get paid 80, even though I have insured for 100. I would get paid only 50% because I have insured for 50% of the value. So, monitoring the insurance policy, seeing to it that it is adequate and renewed on a timely basis, would be very critical. Yeah. There could be, the company could have one or two vendors only, or say one or two customers, and there is a supply chain risk of for supply chain risk, that it could get stopped at your customers or suppliers may not cooperate, and in case of key contracts cancellation, you could be facing issues. So while the time period for resolution is short, what is prescribed 180 to 73 30 days, if possible, you should try to get more customers or suppliers. This is easier said than done. However, this should be the endeavor. Any litigation which is there, any adverse orders, any pending litigation which you are not aware of, how to manage that litigation, that also becomes very critical. You may not have the required expertise, the company may not have the required personnel in to manage the litigation. With the approval of the stakeholders, you may have to engage lawyers, but this also remains very critical, because if certain key contracts are being litigated, and the outcome of which may adversely affect the value of the company, then it may be in your best interest to incur certain expenditure, even though it may not seem reasonable, but to incur that expenditure and see to it that the litigation piece is monitored effectively. You also face a situation when I think multiple cases this has happened, where the ED enforcement has happened, and the debate on PMLA versus IBC that is very active, though there have been certain case laws which have laid the matter to rest. However, this is something which refuses to die down, and this issue crops up. Certain off-balance sheet guarantees which are there, or any related party loans, these are something which may crop up how somebody invokes the guarantee. Now the laws on the guarantee are also clear, and NCA LAT also recently ruled that if unless the guarantees are removed, then the claim cannot be admitted. So which is very different from what was the practice being followed so far. However, that matter is now clear for everyone. Yeah. Okay. You may not have the details of the. So now we have broken this down into the process part. So starting with the day one or day zero, when the case is admitted and when the RP comes into play, and he takes over the control. Yeah, we may not have the details of the assets. So in that case, certain assets may have been siphoned off. So he can. A good practice would be to send a letter to the suspended directors, intimating them and asking for an affidavit on the assets which are there. If the promoters are not cooperating, maybe you take some sort of a declaration from the employees or the key employees on this. Any records are not available, try to see if you can get it through the public sources, reach out to the statutory auditor to get the financials. Signatories one important step that needs to be done is to have control over the bank accounts. Certain checks may have been issued prior to that, and somebody may try to play mischief by issuing a check in backdated in backdate, and then say that these checks were issued prior to the insolvency commencement date. So immediately you would have to send instructions to the banks to stop all the checks and change the signatories. Practically speaking, this may take a few days if there are intervening holidays, and even the process part may take. However, this needs to be initiated immediately. We have seen instances where there was some balance in the account, promoters have issued checks. We had to resort to approaching the NCLT and have got favorable orders against the promoters. Certain information may not be available with the company, maybe there with other people, external consultants. Company may be working with consultants because they may not have the required employees who would be doing the job. When there is a threat of disconnection of electricity or water, then essential services as is defined under the code, you resort to the cover given there. And of course, it goes without saying that you have to keep making payment as is prescribed. If you want to avail of these services during the CRP process, you have to make the payments for these services. For the past payment, also prior to insolvency commencement, that does not have to be paid. Yeah, okay. Now, coming to the public announcement and the COC constitution. Public announcement guidelines, I think the regulations are there. It has to be published in 2 newspaper, widely read in both English vernacular language. This for after that you have to publish it on the website if there is a website, and notify it to IBBI, which also publishes on the IBBI website. And the creditors need to be informed. All the creditors which are there in the balance sheet, all of them need to be informed. You may have challenges. We have practically seen challenges in obtaining the details of these creditors. However, we need to demonstrate that you have done your best in terms of seeking the information from the required people. COC, the proceedings of the CRP, rather, they are confidential in nature. Hence, all the meetings which are held, especially when there is a large forum, many stakeholders, say COC comprising of 20, 30, 40 banks or financial institutions, there could be a chance that some of the unauthorized person also attends the meeting. So that check is very important, even though it may seem mundane and unnecessary, time consuming. But a proper roll call and ensuring that only the authorized people attend the meeting is also very important, because in case of any leakage of information, the RP would be pulled up. Uh, Getting finance or interim finance, that is that becomes a challenge. And hence, rather than seeking a funding on a monthly basis, probably it would be a good thing to go to the COC, requesting them for funds for the next 3 months. And maybe before that tenure expires, request for another 3 months period. Compliances are one of the key jobs for a resolution professional, and he cannot afford to miss the deadline. And so a statutory calendar should be maintained properly. Earlier, there was an event-based event-based filing of forms. Now this has been simplified a lot. Just give me 1 second. Now we come to the next thing is after the public announcement is done, control custody is done, then in terms of the process, the next process is that of valuation and information memorandum. So information memorandum also, confidentiality I stressed upon, that should go only to the people who are authorized and only after they sign a non-disclosure agreement. Then physical count inventory, when for valuation purposes, inventory count would be a must. And probably at times you'll find instances where the inventory is not there on the ground. And so the reconciliation part also I mentioned earlier, stock counting, appointing an auditor to do the physical verification is also very important. And all the lawsuits which are known to the RP should get a declaration from the legal advisor or the company people that these are the only lawsuits. So the X number of lawsuits which are there, they should be disclosed in the IM. After publishing the Form G, these are some challenges while we call it interchangeably using risk also, but these are some of the more appropriate to call them challenges. Unless you make do a proper reach out to the potential investors, we may land up in a situation where there are only one or two buyers. Of course, if one may argue that if it is a good asset, then you don't need to do a reach out, because investors are anyway monitoring and they will do. However, I think from to demonstrate the effort on the part of the RP, we should make an effort to reach out to all the industry players. Now, this Form G. Form G is just a one-page document, does not really give out a lot of information. Hence, preparing a teaser which highlights the key strengths of the company would also be a good practice. And that would mitigate the risk of getting a low value kind of that would be done. Sorry. When you interact with the bidders, then there will be several queries, at times repetitive in nature. It may be a good idea to have all the queries routed through the VDR, and when you disseminate the information or answer those queries, probably it goes out to everyone. So that later on you don't find yourself in a situation where some bidder claims that he was not provided with the entire information. Now, when you are evaluating the plan, there would be certain risks associated with that. If there is, so data room also needs to be closed. If the data room is open, there might be certain leaks. The usual practice is to close the data room when the submission of the resolution plan deadline is there. A bidder may not submit the proof of funds, or it may be sketchy. This may lead to delay in implementation. Usual practice is to ask for some performance guarantee. Depending upon the profile of the bidder, the RP and the COC may decide to go in for a higher guarantee amount also. In case of any infirmities in the plan, like non-compliances which are not detected, it's very essential to evaluate the plan in a threadbare manner, so that any red flags are highlighted and they do not get discovered at a later stage, because that would lead to a delay in implementation, and the regulator or the NCLT may pull up the RP for not doing proper diligence. Section 29A now it's pretty much standardized that you obtain an affidavit as is prescribed under the law. However, if there are any doubts, or if there is any information that the bidder is not compliant, or may not be compliant, then it may be a good idea to initiate a third party check. One key thing, the one challenge which is faced in evaluation, which has come up in a few cases, is when there are multiple bidders and they obtain the same score, there is a tie break. So how do you evaluate the tie break? That should also be prescribed in the initial document that is issued, which is the RFRP. So a formula can be defined that in case of tie break, probably going for the highest NPV or the highest upfront. Any criteria can be defined with the approval of the COC. Okay. Uh, for plan kickoff and implementation, there may be certain this we discussed in terms of the guarantees, the comforts that you take. If there is a delay, or you are anticipating a delay in term for implementation, you could encash the performance guarantees or with the approval of the COC. And monitoring of these bank guarantees, which may expire, because initially, say you take for 12 months, and you should ensure that these are renewed on a timely basis. Shouldn't lapse for want of attention from your side. There has been some instance which was called out, where during monitoring period, or during the plan implementation period, the IP's AFA had lapsed. So AFA monitoring, this is of course a part of general housekeeping compliance that will all RPs, IPs would be doing. Now, I'll touch upon certain disciplinary orders, which have and which point out to certain lapses by insolvency professionals in those cases, and we can probably learn from those instances. So this was a case in May 2025. disciplinary commission, disciplinary committee order, where an authorized representative was appointed. This was for more than 5,000 home buyers, so it becomes a very significant number, and they would be also one of the key stakeholders in the process, and probably having a greater share in the voting power. So after a few COC meetings were held, the authorized representative was appointed, and the EOI in this instance was issued without the COC approval. So, stakeholder management now becomes a key thing, and since they are the beneficiaries of the ultimate proceeds that would come from the resolution process, they have to be taken very seriously, and hence the tribunal, hence you were the IP was suspended. So there was a harsh penalty levied upon the RP. Another case where during AFA suspension, the IP still accepted assignments, and this was when the one sentence for suspension was already undergoing. So this was also called out, and this was willful lapse, and hence, in this case, another 2-year suspension was awarded. You cannot mess with the regulator, that goes without saying. And any information which is sought by the regulator, whether it is during the investigation process or inspection process under the code or the guidelines, or even otherwise, that has to be treated with utmost sincerity and with urgency. In so What I have observed in my practical experience is that sometimes when we get emails from the regulators asking for certain information, the timelines may be too short. However, if you respond immediately to them, telling them that there are practical difficulties and you may not be able to provide in a day or two, you will take 4 days. I have seen that they have been understanding, and but they do not trouble you, or they do not insist that you have to provide the information within that specific 1 or 2 days, because they also understand that it may not be practicable. However, when there is an investigation or inspection, whatever information is asked for, that needs to be provided in a timely basis, and the complete disclosure has to happen. So a good idea would be to maintain the information in that format, and have proper folders, proper files maintained in soft copy. In this case, the IP refused to cooperate with the IBB inspectors, did not provide them the information, and he had not analyzed the PUFE transactions, not formed an opinion on that. So he was suspended, and 1 year suspension was awarded, and there was a penalty, a monetary penalty also imposed. Oh. Taking control and custody of the assets, or whatever is left of the assets during insolvency process, that becomes very critical, because the insolvency process starts only when most of the other options have been exhausted. Hence, taking and preserving those assets is very critical. In this case, the IP relied upon the he failed to pursue an insurance claim. So when there was a loss in the loss due to fire, he did not pursue that, and without COC approval, he sold a luxury car to a related entity. There are certain within that section with some actions you can take only with COC approval. So an IP needs to be mindful of that fact, and wherever 66% approval is required, he should ensure that he does not miss taking the necessary approvals. Here too, because of the lapse, he was awarded a 1 year suspension. Now, payment of pre-CRP dues in violation of moratorium. This was a very a widely debated thing earlier. Now I think that matter has been laid to rest, and there is general consensus, and that there cannot be any payment of pre-CRP dues. Earlier, the practice being followed was that in order to preserve the assets or maintaining the company as a going concern, since you required the services of the supplier, you would make some payment towards the past dues also with COC approval. However, I think law is very clear and the courts have also ruled that you cannot make any payment towards the past dues. It may not seem commercially feasible, or you may think that it's commercially wrong to take that call. Let's say if I pay 1 rupee, I get a benefit of 10 rupees. Why should I not do that? But because the law does not allow it, kind of alters the priority of the what is prescribed under the code, and it is not fair for the other stakeholders if a priority payment is made. Hence, even if it means that, so just to take one instance, we had in one of the cases that I was handling, we had one vendor, one OEM who had supplied a machinery. We needed his help to install that machinery. However, there was some 3 crores of dues pending. So he refused to cooperate and said, unless I'm paid my dues in full, I'm not going to support you. So we had to, there was a delay in implementation by 2, 3 months, but we found some other vendor because this is, we could have very well agreed to that and made the pay. However, as IP, I would have faced the risk of litigation from other stakeholders. So, but even if it is very well intended, you could face the consequences, and hence an IP would be well advised to ensure that no payment is made in breach of moratorium, no past due payment is made. Failure to take control of the assets. So in this case, the RP failed to take control of the assets, and certain assets were siphoned off by the promoters. So this would be classified as a willful negligence or abdication of the duty, and hence he was awarded a sentence for this. License was suspended. So when you face such a situation, I think we are all aware that we go ahead and file an application under Section 19, subsection 2. We take recourse of the courts. This is something which is a bit debatable. However, in August 2024, there's a disciplinary committee order which said that the earlier practice which usually was being followed was that if there is one OC above 10% of the total claims, you would serve a notice upon him. However, here it was clarified that when there are OCs exceeding 10% of the total debt, then the notice should go to everyone. This would probably be practically difficult when there are, say, a few hundred OCs. Then it may not be practically be possible to send and then answer queries of each of these operational creditors. There have been instances where fee calculation, although I recollect something in liquidation, where the IBBI pointed out that the calculation was not done properly, and they had pulled up the RP for that, RP or liquidator for calculating the fee wrongly. However, if it is a genuine mistake, and then, but if there are repeated instances, then you would face a harsh action from the regulator. The regulator's expectation is also that fee should be reasonable. Now that the norms have been defined, minimum fee, well, this it is a bit simpler. Because most of the instances we have been seeing that the stakeholders have been sticking to the minimum fee. So there cannot be so there are lesser chances of an allegement that something is being done wrongly or you are overcharging fees. And whatever fees is there has to be disclosed to all the stakeholders. It may be a good idea to enter into an engagement letter with wherever possible to have an engagement letter in place so that kind of protects the insolvency professional. Yeah, okay. Outsourcing core duties or compromising on the independence. This was one of the earlier cases where IBBI made it clear that an insolvency professional has to do, or he cannot outsource the core activities, and he has to undertake the responsibility of discharging those. Those responsibilities cannot be outsourced. So while he may take help of other people to do his work, however, the key responsibility would lie with the IP only. Certain other cases where there was a conflict of interest and lack of disclosure, and certain material facts were suppressed, or there was misrepresentation in terms of non-disclosure of any interest or any contracts with the COC or the group entities. These were also called out, and penalties were imposed. Yeah. Okay. Certain NCLT orders, certain where so one of the recent ones being widely reported is Byju's, and where the tribunal called out the insolvency professional, and these are the observations which are put in the table, that he failed to give a fair hearing of the key stakeholders who had over 99% of the voting share, and hence the COC wasn't constituted properly. And they directed the IBBI to conduct the commence the disciplinary proceedings and remove the RP with immediate effect. So certain defects are non-curable. So like forming of the COC, giving managing the stakeholders in a manner which is as prescribed by law. So there cannot be any leniency. There wouldn't be any leniency which be shown by the regulator or the or the adjudicating authority. In another case of SK Wheels, uh, OC claim evaluation was delayed by 4 months, and the courts remarked that this was an abuse of the dominant authority, the dominant power or position which was there, and penalty was imposed. So, any inaction or lapse on the part of the insolvency professional would also be called out. In the case of SDIL, when the RP refused to verify roughly 900 crores of statutory claim, the tribunal ordered the RP to admit the claim in full evaluated. Now there are guidelines on or the timelines which have been fixed, that you could accept the claim up to a particular date, and beyond that you have to approach NCLT. So this is a lot more clearer now. Okay. Another case where the RP refused to follow the directions of NCLT, and so NCLT directed something, but he still unilaterally rejected the claim. So the penalty of 10 lakh was levied, and IBBI was directed to investigate the rule of the RP. Another case where collusion was alleged, and there was a suppression of material facts, and the plan which was submitted was called out as not being compliant with the law. Even in this case, show cause notice was issued, and costs were imposed upon the RP. So it goes to say that transparency remains the cornerstone, and that is expected of the RP and any misrepresentation or any lapse would also be looked upon very seriously. Uh, in case of the recent case of Bhushan Power, though the order has been stayed now, there were adverse remarks against the RP and, in fact, all the stakeholders that the process was not duly followed. RP being the custodian of the process, even if there is a lab, the COC's wisdom which comes into play, right, in terms of selection of the bidder, the process should be followed to the T. Otherwise, there could be an allegation of collusion with one of the bidders, or but then RP would be in a difficult situation. Okay. Good. Now, what are the key takeaways or risk mitigation practices, best practices? While, as I mentioned, these would depend upon the specific situation at hand, the complexity of the case, number of stakeholders, the operations of the company, and host of other factors. However, these are some of the broad points that I could mention. The cost of compliance is definitely lesser than rectifying the non-compliance. So whatever can be fixed early, that needs to be fixed early. Cash flow would be very critical in managing the operations of the company, and getting a buy-in of the stakeholders would be very essential. When I say stakeholder, the COC members, typically we have seen that the COC only would be the only party who would fund the operations of the company. Though the law provides that interim finance can be provided by anybody else also. However, most of the instances we have seen COC only doing it. And unless you have the required cash at hand to make payments towards the suppliers, to your employees, statutory dues, we would be in a very difficult situation to manage the company. Keeping has to be immaculate, and all decisions that you take as per the law, they have to be documented properly. The reasons of taking decisions have to be also documented carefully. One of the key things which probably the RP can do is to take an insurance, professional indemnity insurance cover, not only for the period when he is there in charge, but even and a cover which protects him for the period after the plan is implemented, because there may be certain parties who may go after the RP, citing that the process was not run properly. So while there is a cover provided to the insolvency professional under the code that all the acts done in good faith would be upheld, and he cannot, but that does not stop any party from alleging something and going to the courts, and an insolvency professional would be forced to defend himself and incur costs. Hence, I would say that in large cases, or even in smaller mid-sized cases also, it would be a good idea to have insurance in place, even if it means while we would want this to be classified as CRP cost, and the cost would be approved and be paid out. However, even if that does not happen, then I would suggest that the IP bears the cost and takes an insurance to protect himself from any issues in the future. Uh, Stakeholder alignment, stakeholder management would be the key, especially when you are dealing with large COC stakeholders on that part. And when you are running the company, there could be regulators, you will have your customers, suppliers, and with the COC, regular updates is something which is very critical, whether it is positive news or negative news, or even process related or news of the company, important decisions that you are taking. it would be a good idea to have an update, a business update in every COC meeting, or send out periodic MIS in a particular format to all the stakeholders, capturing the key things and the rationale behind how the decision has been taken. Yeah. This we covered that compliance and timelines are very important. You inherit something, or you inherit a company which does not, which may not have done the compliance in a timely fashion. There may be a lot of pending liabilities and non-compliances. While you would try your best to cure that those non-compliances, however, at times it may not be possible. But as IP, you are expected to take care of the future compliances. And when you are handling a large mandate, a large company, it would you cannot individually. It's not practically possible for you to individually keep a track, and hence you would rely upon the company personnel. You ask them to make a sheet listing down all the compliances, and that they are responsible for it, and they are taking they are doing all the filings, paying the taxes on time and all that. Now, maintaining independence and avoiding conflict of interest, that is paramount. When you are handling a company, you would be dealing with the suppliers. You may be awarding large value contracts. If you are the sole authority doing this thing, then you may be looked at with suspicion, and there may be allegations of wrongdoing. In order to mitigate that, one of the things that could be followed is joint decision making. So you have somebody, you form a committee, take decisions, or only after the decisions it comes to you for final approval. So only the experts in the field or the employees, key employees, take certain decisions. However, you set the process on how things have to be done. So let's say for vendor selection, you could publish a newspaper advertisement, you could call for quotes, and the usual process which is followed is to have a technical criteria, financial criteria, open the bids in a transparent manner, and then award. It may not be practically be possible always to give it to L1, and you may take a decision otherwise. However, that should be documented very carefully why you are awarding something which is of a higher cost, and maybe you may want to take COC approval for that. Despite the best of the endeavors, best of the intentions, and the steps which an insolvency professional takes, things may still go wrong. There may be unexpected occurrences which may come in, and hence some contingency would have to be built in by the insolvency professional, and you have to build safeguards around that. Uh, an insolvency professional is not expected to know in and out about every industry. And he may not be the expert, but what he can certainly do is he can engage experts or deal with the experts, speak to people who have done work in the same industry, and let key decisions be taken by the industry expert. In terms of the storage, maybe you when because IP is supposed to keep his record for 5 years, 8 years as is prescribed, it may be a good idea to have a project management tool. One is to manage the deadlines, other is to maintain your records for a long period of time. Maybe use cloud services for that. Okay. So. So I guess this is all. So while we discussed all the risks which are there in the for the insolvency professional as well as the company related risk, it is very important that I have covered mostly from the insolvency professional's perspective. It is very important that the insolvency professional insulates or tries to insulate himself of all the risks. This is a profession which is full of risk. We usually say that risk reward go hand in hand. It may not be true for this profession, or it may be true partially, or for some people, for others, it may not be true. And unless the IP protects himself, he may not be able to do much for the company. So all of us would be aware of the passenger in-flight announcement, which happens that in case of cabin pressure drop, please cover yourself first, use the mask first, take oxygen, and then you go and help somebody else. So that is not to say that you be selfish and let other people die or let the company die. But unless you take care of the risk for yourself, you may not be in a position to devote time and attention to the company affairs. So, so the RP should definitely try to mitigate all the risks which are foreseen. Despite all the effort, something may still go wrong. However, the effort should be made to identify, assess, and monitor. So this is all. Thank you so much. I would invite all the participants, if you can, maybe one by one, share your experiences in the mandates that you have handled and how you overcame certain major challenges. Does anybody want to share their experience or any points for discussion? So, Anjali, I think we can, since there are no questions or no points for discussion, could we go ahead and conclude?
Well, if you have certain more case laws, then we can discuss.
Anjali, I have covered the important case laws in this, and I have given a perspective. Uh, so I don't have anything additional to add. I know this has been a short presentation as against the 2.5 hours. Usually that is 2.5 hours, which is there. We have concluded in about an hour or so. However, we can have some discussion if any of the participants wants to contribute, or else we can conclude the session.
Participants, if you have any question, then you can ask. Sir, I think there are no questions.
Okay.
So we should conclude.
Yeah. Okay. So I would like to thank everyone. Thank you, ICSI IPA, for this session. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for such a nice session. Sir, you are requested to please share the presentation.
Yeah, we'll do that. Yeah, we will do that after the session. Yeah. Okay. Thank you.